I'm going to close Twitter. I'm going to close that. Don't need that open. And let's go play some Longdeath. So Longdeath currently, we're post time travel, which means we went back 5 years rather than losing the fort. And I'm still in the process of rebuilding the trap. The trap that we built the first time was built with water, which is a pretty, efficient method of, killing things. And we're on year 406. That was where we reverted, which was 411. So we're not actually that far back. But what we do have is this. We get to watch lava fill up slowly, which is fun. I redirected my giant lava pump stack into this little box, which is pouring down into here. We are in mid-autumn right now, and it flows down into here, down into there, which is going to fill up most of these tunnels pretty quick. So if and when, or when we get sieged, not if we get sieged, when we get sieged, I can absolutely get rid of this stockpile now anyway. When we get sieged, we can invite them, I guess, down this little stairway right here, which is behind my camera, down this little stairway right here in the bottom left, all the way up into this top thing. What happened before time travel? We would all die. Or the fort would have died. Stress levels escalated extremely heavily. And we were down to, well, I would have had to lose more than half of my dwarves, and we were at 22. So I probably would have gone down to like 6 dwarves or something. Longdeath would have petered out. So the plan is to hopefully not have that issue happen and make a more efficient format of murder this time. Super CJ, man, it's good to see you. Hello. Also enjoy your looks. So instead of, tempting fate again, I'm just being significantly more cautious. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm also pretty soon here going to extend this a little bit, but do I still have a copy of the Doom file? I literally highlighted the save that I had to go back from, so yes, of course I do. Can you have it? No. That is for my records. All right. At least not right now. But no, I have about 40 backups of Longdeath now, all hidden privately. For whatever that's worth. Well, Longdeath is a lot of Longdeath. It doesn't need much else to continue being a lot of Longdeath. Longdeath is already a lot of Longdeath. Make 50 wood cages. And the mayor wants gloves. Leather glove. Alright, so the current named dwarves in the fort are Letharticus, Lelem, Katsu, Anonimo, Anthony, the Scoid, Malden, Merc, Disco, Diamond Destruct, Massive, Volley, Lol, Stone, Blue Space Weeb, Paranoid Metroid, Do It, Frog for Hire, Hops, Archplate Stuff, Rory, Navy, Jimmy Tibby, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Zindros, Dragon Man, Tygozar, Bloodcat 17, Mist, not to be confused with Merc, and Wait What, and Banana. But yeah, no, the one thing that I've learned about running really long projects is back everything up and don't delete anything. Keep everything. And when you think, I got a lot of backups, back them up again and save them all. Apparently my emus made more emus again. So. It is in fact you. Wait, what? It's 4:06. I mean, it will be 4:07 in, half a season, but yeah, we are waiting for this lava to fill. On the bright side, it's actually like filling up at a pretty decent pace. And once it's filled up the first time, it'll be quicker to fill up the second time. Also, I kind of want to try something.
Give me my hat back.
So I've been streaming for an hour and a half. Thank you very much for being the first person to give me money today. Cheers, Freeways. Clink. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For Freeways throwing money at me. I'm pausing this pump because I want to try something. Or actually, I want to see if it'll fire far enough. So I found out that if you block a pump and you don't let it pump anywhere, it does build up pressure, sort of, with lava. And I'm curious to see if I can get it to build up enough pressure to make a noticeable push at this end. That's my curious thought. Set that as do it now. If you don't want a beer, don't beer. But tea don't do anything. Beer is the, symbol of hype in this channel, if you want to call it that. Just typing in tea is like, I don't know, throws off the vibe. No reason to. There's reasons why I make it accessible for anybody to do it. I don't care what you're drinking. If you don't want to post beer, don't post beer. Posting something else, no real point. All right, go pull this lever, and we'll let her fill up for a bit. So that's now slammed shut. We'll sit there and it'll pump for a little bit. Just gonna wait for this to, become noticeable. That the lava has stopped. All right, there we go. It's noticeable. Let's see if this is actually gonna whoosh all the way around the edge. Let's see. I doubt it, but... Oh yeah, it does. See? It's got a bit more for a few seconds. That is super neat. I love that it actually does that. All right, well, we'll just let that fill, because I need that full. Full. Or as full as it can be. And then once it fills up, we will do a test run, meaning I will just let it keep filling and then drain some of this down into here, and we'll see how far it goes. I've got to finish doing this, though. Also, CJ, it's good to see you again, by the way. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to today. I think today should be fun. I am very hopeful that today will be a good time. Very hopeful. There's always, I think, a little bit of unnecessary anxiety for me before having to do talks like this and stuff like this, so I'm stressed the hell out right now. But it's okay. It'll go fine. Let's murder some of those emu chicks. I got my military training up. I fully re-geared them. So they're all using steel spears now and are all getting trained. Squad is currently 8 dwarves. I do need to add 2 more dwarves in. Problem is not every dwarf is good for the military, and a lot of them are like, you just want to You want to practice a martial art. How do you feel about martial art? Dreams assisting those in needs. He's finds altruism foolish, is a pessimist, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. How do you feel about stress? Somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this. Quick to anger, nervous. You know, honestly, you might actually do okay in the military. Let's see how you do in the military, Letharticus. Can you make dwarves ride the unicorns? There is no mounts in fortress mode, so no. No, you cannot. Not currently. It is planned, though. Considering mounts now work, well, I mean, the enemies can have mounted creatures, but your dwarves cannot have mounted creatures. Why didn't you put that bone down? Strange. You can assign war-trained animals to military. So if you have like war-trained dogs or bears, as an example, you can assign those to your military, and then they will follow them into battle. But I don't know. I don't really use them like that. I don't think it's particularly efficient. Imagine a dwarf riding a rock. I don't understand why I need to imagine that, but okay. I'm imagining it. It looks exactly like a dwarf riding a rock in Dwarf Fortress, which I've seen before. Or rather, not a dwarf, but I've seen other things riding rocks. It's less of a imagine a dwarf riding a rock and more of a imagine having to actually domesticate rocks. You know what I mean? That's the part that I'm less interested in. Sure. I don't know. I don't think that mounts are particularly interesting. I would much prefer just a world where it is much less tedious. There you go. I just imagine a world where it is significantly less tedious to set up ranged dwarves. Let's focus on that first. Like, I want a world where my archery dwarves and my crossbow dwarves work consistently instead of just suiciding, which is generally how they end up working these days without like having to essentially abuse exploits to make it work. Because right now you practically need to abuse exploits to make those work. That is a feature I actually would be excited about, that I would sit here and fantasize about and imagine. Outside of that, yeah, I mean, I can just live. I'll be okay. What portion is the exploits? So when you, in order to get dwarves to fire a weapon at a bad guy through a fortification, they can only stand in a 1-1 tile, and when they run out of ammunition, they will jump through the fortification and smack the bad guy. They're supposed to just shoot and not just go whack them with their crossbows, but they're much more interested in whacking them with their crossbows. So in order to stop them from doing that, you have to double up the fortifications with either a second round of fortifications or bars. So they will only fire from a very specific standing position, and they will only do it efficiently from an even more specific standing position, which is just clunky, and I don't like it. That's something I would actually get excited about in Dwarf Fortress. And I'd be like, man, imagine a world where, you know, this thing was possible. That would get me excited. Like, imagine a world where it wasn't so fucking fiddly to make ranged dwarves function. I can't, because that world doesn't exist. Also, CJ, man, I guess part of the reason I am less enthused by mounts in Dwarf Fortress is because I've used mounts in adventure mode. And, you know, you'll be flying around on, I don't know, a giant raven or something, and it'll just decide that it wants to dive somewhere, and then you drown because it dove underwater. To me, putting your dwarves onto mounts in fortress mode seems like probably a really good way to kill your dwarves. Probably a really effective way of killing your dwarves. Mothfall. Example A. Or like the one adventure I had that was riding a giant toad, and then it decided to swim underwater. I mean, it's fun, except for when you just, played an adventurer for an hour. And then they just drown. It's like, well, cool. I love the term losing is fun because I think it's hilarious, but I hate it because people get the wrong idea about losing is fun. They think that killing the player is fun. Losing is fun if it's something that the player can plan for, account for, and roleplay with. That's when losing is fun. Losing is not fun when you just die unexpectedly. Like, losing is fun in Dwarf Fortress when it's a slow decline and you can, like, witness and document the slow decline all the way down over, like, 15 years of poor decision-making or intentional poor decision-making. That is fun. What isn't fun is your fortress dying because, I don't know, zombies showed up on day 4. Losing is fun when there's something to learn from it, or when you can plan for it. That's when losing is fun. Losing is not fun when it's just like, oh, you dead now. Aha. Get fuck. Undead immortal pangolins. I've had to deal with undead pangolins before, although the worst undead creature I ever had to deal with, this actually was really fun and very funny. One of the first haunted, we'll see when we see you, CCX. Thanks for swinging by. One of my favorite undead creatures I ever had to deal with was an undead gigantic tortoise. Turtle? I think it was a tortoise. It was a capital T. And it had such high armor count, and my dwarves couldn't even damage it. They had steel short swords, and they couldn't damage it. So my dwarves were literally dying of starvation fighting the thing. It couldn't do any damage to them because they just dodge it. But I had 2 whole squads die of starvation. Because when I turned off their combat, I set them to be inactive. They kept fighting with it. And refused to go back inside and get food. And they kept passing out and waking up and passing out and waking up. It was a nightmare. Also, I just had a wild boar fall out of a tree. That just happened. Drives home the thought that it's realistic for a simulation for which your fort is just a speck of dust. Yeah, I agree. But I don't think that those are necessarily fun. How expansive is the game in terms of what you can do, i.e. is there siege equipment? Yeah, there's siege equipment. I mean, those are ballista arrows right there. Are they going to attack you with siege equipment? No. Will they? Soon, TM. Like most things in Dwarf Fortress. How many hours until the interview? It is 11:45 Pacific. The interview is at 3 a.m. Pacific time. Or 3 p.m. Pacific time, not a.m. 3 p.m. Pacific time. You can do the math. Currently, 11:45. That's an interesting math. It's 11:45. Chit chat's at 3 p.m. Sure. But I think that there's a very big difference between set the mood and fun, right? The term that I'm talking about is called losing is fun, not the losing is mood. You know? Like, do you understand the difference here? I'm referring to the term losing is fun, not losing is mood. Are you setting a wake up alarm for 4 hours and 15 minutes from now? Because I know a few people who are just like, yo, I have to go straight to bed after I get home from work today, so I'm going to set an alarm and wake up in the middle of the night for 2 hours, and I feel kind of terrible about that, but I respect the dedication. I'm also going to unlist the announcement video because there's no reason to keep it up. Don't need people submitting questions now. How dare I not live on European time? Well, I mean, I don't want to, the reason we do it at this time of day, is because Tarn isn't an early riser, and as I understand it, he has a check-in with Kit Fox in the morning, or when he wakes up. So he starts off his day with emails, breakfast, and Kit Fox check-in, where he sends them an email. And so I don't really want to disturb from the beginning of the day. I know it's just a joke. So I don't like pestering to start at the beginning of his day, because that just feels rude. And after the morning stuff, I guess, is done, he then goes and eats breakfast and all that jazz, and I don't want to disturb a man's breakfast. And because he's not the earliest riser, from what I can tell, as most work from home people are, I mean, why would you get up early when you could sleep in? I mean, come on. These interviews have ranged from he literally woke up an hour before the interview started to he woke up 10 minutes before the interview started to, oh, he's been up all day. And it's really dependent on the interview. Also, we're into winter now. But we've definitely had episodes of these Tarn in Adam's chats where he literally woke up right before we started. We've definitely done a couple of those where it's like, oh, I got out of bed 30 minutes ago, and okay, it's 3 p.m. Sure, let's dive in. I think the second one that I did with him, it was like he just woken up or something. So I'm imagining Tarn just lurking in chat until the interview is a little bit trolling. I don't think he watches Twitch at all. The first time I had him on, I asked if he wanted a link to the stream itself, and he said, nah, looking at chat's distracting. So I don't think he actually looks at chat or anything. I know that, he's aware that he's on a stream, and I know that he knows what the chat is. And there's been times where, he's commented on, oh, hey, chat's looking like chat now. Because there was, one time where we had technical difficulties. And I think, he opened up chat to, see chat's responses and stuff. But, yeah, I don't think he looks at chat at all. He doesn't really strike me as much of a Twitch using person. Doesn't strike me as much of a Twitch enjoyer, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just mining this out just so that it looks more uniform. Something I really hope that the Steam version communicates very clearly, though, kind of bouncing back to the losing is fun thing. I really hope that the Steam version does a better job communicating that, but still no war. No, we're at war, dude. We got attacked yesterday. It just took them a little bit longer to actually hit us. But we haven't been hit yet today. Anyway, if you looked at the Discord, you would have seen that update. Or if you were listening in the last 10 minutes while you were in chat, you would have heard that. But anyway, what's the word I'm looking for here? I had a thing that I was going to say. Right. I really hope that the Steam version for Dwarf Fortress does a better job communicating that when a fort dies, the game isn't over and you can just go start another fort in the same world. Because I'm starting to realize that there's actually maybe a larger number of people than I initially thought who don't know that you can do that or never thought to do that alternatively. And I think that that's a shame. Because just making a new fort in the same world is one of the coolest fucking things you can do in Dwarf Fortress. And it's how you get a large portion of the, like, world building and, like, intrigue and the, like, attachment to the faction. And a lot of the game's storytelling kind of comes from the fact that, yeah, you can just go make a new fort. And I think that that's kind of one of the biggest strengths that Dwarf Fortress has. And so many people are like, yeah, no, I start a new world every time. It's like, man, you really should play a few forts in the same world, because that's how you get to know a faction. That's how you get to know the whole world. You should run some adventures and build more factions and do all that, because I don't know, that's how you get the cool shit. You know? That's how you get the neat little tidbits of how the world works. Windows needs a time to restart your computer. Schedule restart. Don't restart now. 5 a.m. That'll do. 5 a.m. tomorrow. Perfect. Anyway. But yes, we are in fact at war again with the humans. Same faction. You haven't gotten one of those restart messages in ages? What, from dying in Dwarf Fort? I mean, you literally need every single dwarf to die in order for you to actually get those. So there is that. Continue on your world legends by embarking on a new location within the world or adventure. Yeah, and then instead of booting you back to the main menu, it should, like... No, from Windows? Oh. I mean, it's just a little pop-up in the bottom right corner. Anyway, instead of, like, booting you back to the main menu, it should boot you back to, like, the embark screen. Just my thoughts, I don't know. It's like, explore legends, explore adventure mode, start a new fortress, continue your world. Or something. Sure, they could make it work. What's up, Lobrin? Been a minute. Yeah. I've been here. People just need to stop by and say hi. But how you been? What you been up to? We're still building in Longdeath. Not much has changed. I've said this to you before, Diamond, but it's impossible for me to read that in any voice aside from the announcer from Bejeweled who goes, "Welcome back," in like the creepiest way. I don't know why. It's just, I mean, it's impossible for my brain to read "welcome back," especially with that K that you put in there, in any other voice than "welcome back." Life's been all over. Yep. Finally updated the PC and you're single again. Bought your more records. More records is good. Single, I'm sorry. Hopefully it's for the best. But it's amazing how much being single, like, frees up time to watch streams again. There's this one channel that I've been watching on and off as long as I've been on Twitch. And it's longer than Twitch has been called Twitch. And, I started watching him again a ton after I got dumped. I didn't watch him for years. Welcome is spelled with a C, not a K. Welcome is spelled this way. I mean, we figure out what you mean, but I think the true like way to respond to that would have just been to write the letter C instead of K. But any particularly cool records that you bought aside from the Green World of Goo records? I almost bought that World of Goo collection, but then I didn't. I don't really have much of a budget for records right now. I'm not broke, but like I went on a big vacation and so I'm kind of trying to recover from that. Was gone for a whole week, and you know, this isn't the most profitable industry. Now, if I could just like have Tarn on my stream every day, that would probably be more profitable, but this is one of those industries where it's like, it's an industry. Maybe not the best one, but it's an industry. I get by and survive. Also, Diamond, we've determined that the bot doesn't let any of us win unless you're around and investing, because we had 3 investments in a row where about 5 people invested and literally nobody won. So I am beginning to be kind of convinced that you are bribing somebody somewhere. So just thought I'd inform you of that. Pump stack is still pumping. But Loborin, you picked a good day to tune in because, well, I mean, I've been live for 2 hours. In 4 hours at 3 p.m., it's currently 11 a.m., but at 3 p.m., well, they're not up right now, currently. So you can't actually invest. I don't know how long. Scroll up. When were they last? I don't keep track of these things. The only thing that I keep track of is when people last gave me money. 10 minutes, probably. 15. Anyway, what was I rambling about? I don't know. I was going to say something, then you guys started investing. All right, yeah. In 4 hours, Tarn Adams is going to be on my stream. We're going to be talking about dwarfy things, so it's a good day to tune in. See above for new records? I literally read the thing, but it's fine. Also, why not the second Risk of Rain? Second one's better. Well, different. I don't know if it's necessarily better. You can't be angry with that? I mean, I don't fucking care when the last investments were. I do, however, care about when people last gave me money. It's been 27 minutes. That. I mean, you didn't hear it because I didn't read it out loud. But I did see it. It hadn't even left my screen yet. Give at least 5 minutes for me to respond to a thing if I'm reading something else. Haircut? Ugh. It's a disturbing thought. Glad you got it rescheduled, because, like, you should avoid that. Cutting one's hair is like removing one's source of their power. Should be careful with that. How do you expect to be big and strong without hair? Also, I'm glad. As somebody with longer-ish hair, makes me sad. Reschedule appointment to view live interview. People are waking up in the middle of the night to watch the interview. People are rescheduling appointments to watch the interview. Someone yesterday said that this is a big deal. I don't know. This is like unnecessarily flattering me. You guys are like upping my self-esteem to unnecessary levels. You got Comic Zone? Damn, I want that one. That soundtrack's the only good thing about Comic Zone. I don't know. I don't remember that game being very good. It's been a long time since I played it, though. As somebody who gets like literal hallucinations if I don't get enough sleep, I would say that sleep is perfectly rated and very important, and you should get lots of it. That being said, interviews only happen once every 4 months and you can sleep the rest of the time. Before you killed your ponytail, you could have cosplayed as that too. Yeah, I never finished it. I used to have this Sega Genesis collection disc, which was one of the early Sega Genesis ports collections, and it was my first experience with Comics Zone. I remember loving the artwork and the music. Actually playing that game though, not the great experience. Although it's not my favorite console soundtrack. My favorite old school console soundtrack is Pictionary. If you've never heard the Pictionary soundtrack on the Nintendo Entertainment System, you should listen to it. It goes fucking hard. In fact, you know what? Pretty sure it's stream safe. If I can't monetize this VOD, what are they going to do? Sue me? Pictionary NES soundtrack. There we go. Gonna unmute YouTube. This shit goes way too fucking hard. It's like it's that feeling when you're being overpaid for your job. Or underpaid. After how talented you are. It's like that meme of like the drummer in like the funny mascot costume just like fucking shredding it on stage with a bunch of like people like that are very bad at their instruments. It's the goddamn Pictionary soundtrack. It's fucking amazing. Anyway, there's a link to that. It's just so goddamn good for no reason. It's like it's way too fucking good. But Jir Henning, hello, and Darren, what up? The one where you're trapped in an arcade game with helmets? I don't remember that one. I do remember I did play through all of Shining Force though. On that collection. That was probably the game that I spent the most time in on that actually. That and Kid Chameleon for some reason, which I beat a couple times. Kid Chameleon was alright. Decent little platformer. Shining Force was great, though. Although it's kind of funny, I mentioned Shining Force relatively recently, and I had somebody go, that game was terrible. And I talked about, like, 8 different strategy RPGs that were better, and it's like, well, okay. As somebody who didn't play very many strategy RPGs and also doesn't generally like RPGs, I enjoyed that game, and that is an anomaly for me. Why would a Pictionary game have, like, fight game music? You know, I've never played Pictionary on the Super Nintendo. Or not on the Super, on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I've never played that version of Pictionary. But I've watched somebody play it once. By that, I mean we put on the main menu and just let that theme play on repeat for like an hour. But why does it have fight game music? I don't know. They hired a guy and were like, yo, dude, write music for Pictionary. The guy who did the music for Pictionary also did the soundtrack for Silver Surfer, which is a notoriously difficult game, which has an incredible soundtrack. It's like, for some reason, Silver Surfer and fucking Pictionary, they both hired the same dude, and he wrote bangers. Kid Chameleon was the one you were thinking about? Got it. And then I can't remember, but the motorcycle racing game I also played quite a bit of. I don't have FTL or Into the Breach records, so you're confusing me with somebody else. I have BattleTech. I'm trying to think what other mech related records you could be confusing that with, but yeah, I don't have FTL nor Into the Breach. Chiptune. The reason they're called chiptunes is they're written using music chips, right? So chiptune music uses a single onboard processor that's specifically designed to make little beeps and boops. And so they usually only have a few very specific sounds that they can use, and it's a very limited repertoire of instruments that they can use, and a very limited number of possible sounds that they can play at one time. Chiptunes. Not to be confused with potato chip tunes, which are written by taking a bag of potato chips and jumping on them. And not to be confused with a muzzle-loading potato chip launcher. See if I can find this. As showcased by Commander Carl. Anyway, shoutouts to Commander Carl, who reloads household items that he shouldn't. The most shocking bit of that video is that none of the Pringles were broken. Sure. How about this? This is definitely not a paid advertisement. I'm way too amused by Commander Carl's videos, and every so often I just get very obsessed with them. And I just sit there and just watch all of his videos. This is probably, this first one here, probably my favorite, though. Probably my favorite one. Just the light bulb. I love the idea of just, like, cramming a light bulb straight in. Toilet paper reload's also pretty good. And the can of Red Bull that just has another can of Red Bull in it, also pretty good. Anyway. Why would video be claimed? It has his fucking watermark on it, dude. I showed them yesterday and I had no problems, so I'm sure we're fine. It's what watermarks are for, sir. Pushes Diet Red Bull into regular Red Bull. Yeah, that part is actually, like, truly disturbing. It's like sugar-free Red Bull shoved into a normal Red Bull can. This is reactionary content, sir. Where he shows us how wrong we're using our daily appliances. Yes. Commander Carl is an excellent Twitter follow, though. Lost your progress on your garbage fort anyway. That's fair. I mean, sounds like it's time to start a new world anyway. Also, chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. It's safe to invest because Diamond is investing. He's our investment expert. That's a lot of 2s and 1s, jeez. Hey, Rory. How are you? Good day. Did you put an extra 0 on that accidentally? Makes sense. 420 is a popular investment number. I wonder why. But yeah, next week is going to be a weird week of streams because I want to play Monument Valley 1 and 2, and I'm going to play Stray. I also kind of want to play some more Clan Folk. So tomorrow's going to be a weird mess of things. Or next week's going to be a weird mess of things. But looking forward to Cat Game. Cat Game on Tuesday. I hope that it's half as good as the trailers for Cat Game. The button that you pressed, and what does it do? Loberin, it's the enter button, which is what put the what's this button do into the chat. There you go. I answered your question. Monument, you keep hearing some other valley? You mean Stardew Valley? Instead of Monument? Trying to think, what other Valley game could you be hearing? Actually don't know what other Valley you could be hearing. I mean, Stardew is in fact a Valley game. I actually didn't know that the Monument Valley people had put out a few games on PC since 2020, which I think is kind of interesting. They put out 2 games on PC in 2020, which is interesting to me. I didn't realize that they did that. Valorant? Well, it's Valorant, not Valorant, so... Damn, Diamond! Well, F's for my tickets, I suppose. So what are you going to do with your hard-earned winnings, sir? Because unlike channel points, there's absolutely nothing you can do with your tickets aside from gamble for more tickets. At least with channel points, you can, like, waste them on used to be rich. Five of 7. Still spinning. We're in midwinter. I really hope I remembered to turn off the fountain. Yes, I did. Wait. Yeah, just like that. Aqua. Refresh your stream, Lobarin. I kind of figured that's what you were doing. Usually that's what people are doing when they say, what's this button do? But if you refresh the stream, you'll get your notification. If that's what you're looking for. Dwarves are socializing. Proud after teaching animal training. Diamond, you're teaching animal training, and not only that, you're proud about it. Well, I mean, only one person can use I used to be rich per stream. It's a very limited command, shall we say. Let's see. What's our newest recruits to the military think about being in the military? Where'd you go? Authoricus. Was happy about training in the military and then was sad about not training in the military. Nope. It's like the opposite of first. Diamond.
Here it is, yeah. Crypt Burr.
There you go. No, I mean, Twitch has always been that way. You've always had to refresh to get your notifications, which is fine. But thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around again. I'm sorry that you have to become single again in order to show up and watch my stream, but happy to be here to provide entertainment when it's needed. Well, thank you. But now it's out of the window? Yeah, well, I mean, is what it is. You got D&D in 5 hours? You should delay that D&D by an hour so you don't miss the Tarn Adams interview. You visited eBay Canada to look for something and you keep getting eBay trying to sell you stuff in Canada? I have a solution. Never go to eBay. I really don't like eBay. It's like, there's something about it. It just makes me uneasy. I've been scammed once on eBay. Well, not scammed once on eBay, but I've had enough packages. I've purchased 2 things on eBay, and both of them were a pain in the ass to actually make them show up. So since then, I've just kind of been like, I don't like eBay very much. Just D&D speedrun and B for the interview. You think your DM might stab you? Well, I mean, your DM can stab your character, but maybe not you. I think that you could sue him if your DM stabbed you. Make sure that the, okay, that is set right. Just making sure that we're all set for war. We are now all set for war. Well, I mean, it's a kobold, so obviously it's going to get punched to death. Like, you look at a kobold funny and they just explode into a cloud of red mist. They don't send you the stuff, you get your dollars back? Sure. Still a pain in the ass. And I don't like it. Not a fan. Twice in a row, didn't get the thing that I ordered and had to go through the bureaucracy to get my shit back. Yeah, no thanks. If I want to buy used stuff from people, I'm going to stick to face-to-face transactions and cash. It's just so much simpler. If I want to buy used things from people, I just go to Craigslist now. Okay, D20 with all 20s? That wouldn't be a D20, that would be a D, oops, all 20. I want these dwarves to all be listed as spear dwarves instead of wrestlers. They usually learn wrestling skills first, so that's pretty normal, but I just want them all to be listed as spear dwarves instead of wrestlers. King wants 3 picks and 1 crutch. What, eBay was very unusable for the reasons I described? I mean, what period of 5 years was that? Because I tried buying something in 2011 from eBay and something again in about, I think it was like 2016. Which definitely is a period of about 5 years. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to let this run forever, pretty much. Although this is already more or less enough lava to fill up most of this, enough to kill everything in here. Without much trouble. We won't need much more. But once it's up to here, it'll be good. Every now and again, I'll see like a necromancer tower or a fortress or something on the overworld that's been taken over by kobolds, and it just gives me the warm and fuzzies. I'm so proud of those little bastards. Did it letting it run forever the goal always? Unless you're running a marathon, then you only want to run the marathon, not forever. As a hat? Nah, probably sitting on it as a chair. And then frantically trying to communicate with each other because their speech is contextual, so they don't even know what they're talking about half the time. I mean, you've heard this, right? Which is Tarn speaking Kobold. You hadn't, but it's great. Hold on, I got a video for you. Also, I recommend you play Conquest of Elysium, because kobolds are a playable faction in that game. That video is 1:50. Nice and quick. Although the kobolds in Conquest of Elysium are funny because kobolds' main currency is kobolds. they sacrifice kobolds to get dragons. Conquest of Elysium with a Y, not an I, but... Apparently I have 74 hours in Conquest of Elysium. But yeah, no, kobolds use gems to spawn kobolds, and then they eat their kobolds to spawn dragons, or feed the kobolds themselves to dragons to have dragons. And then they don't get to control the dragons because the dragons just do whatever the fuck they want. But you'll just have like these weird, fully automatic roaming destroyers that'll just like destroy whole cities for you by themselves. And you'll just be like, thanks, dragon. Bye, dragon. I mean, just remember that Rune Factory 4 is better than Rune Factory 5. In almost every way. So if you want to play Rune Factory, play Rune Factory 4 because it's cheaper than Rune Factory 5. Well, then even better. Instead of playing Rune Factory 5, you could just play Rune Factory 4 on the 3DS. Which is probably a significantly better experience. It was not what you were picturing in your brain? It's a game made by Illwinter. So knowing that, maybe that makes a little bit more sense, but... two Swedish guys who make games and they don't care if they sell. I mean, they also made a D&D floor plan generator. Like, it gets pretty clear what kind of studio Illwinter is pretty quickly once you look at that, and then realize, oh yeah, they also make a more complicated version of the same game, which is Dominions. They make Dominions, and then less complicated Dominions, which is Conquest of Elysium. And then they also make a D&D floor plan generator. Or weird studio. Those are the kinds of games I like, are games that are made because the developer just wanted to make them, not because they're gonna sell lots of money. And I respect that. I think that that's where good games come from. What are my thoughts on the new Starship Troopers game? 5 out of 10. Not gonna finish it. Level design's real bad. The rock, paper, scissors design is tedious as fuck. I really want to like that game, but I kind of don't. I really liked it initially, but nah, that's a pretty beach. Past it. But the new Starship Troopers game is a fine, playable RTS. But it suffers from RTS problems that have been fixed in other games. And poor level design. I will not be finishing it. You went in, it was cold? Ew. I hate swimming in ocean. Or big bodies of water. It used to be something I liked when I was younger. Kinda don't now. Well, I mean, I am a fan. That's the thing. I played 10 hours of it. I like it. I just think it suffers from its own problems. But I don't know. I think that that's a half opinion, and if you got that I'm not a fan from it, then you got the wrong opinion. I think it's pretty cool. If I wasn't a fan, I wouldn't have played 10 hours of it. 3 more crutches and 1 pick. Did I read that backwards? What? The fuck you doing, Diamond? Diamond, what the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you doing your job? You're a manager. You have 1 job, and that's be a manager. Not whatever the fuck this is. Done with jamming on Pictionary. You only just finished listening to it. It's so good, though. Well, I mean, I think that the biggest problem that I have with the Starship Troopers game is it just has the campaign. And the campaign's all right until the end, which is the case for a lot of low-budget RTS games, where they're fine until they just get too tedious to be worth playing anymore, which is what happened with this one. And I really liked what I played of it, but if it had a level editor, if it had any kind of replayable mode, if it had a co-op mode, if it had literally any other feature that any other RTS game has had in the last 20 years, it'd be fine. I'm just gonna play that. I'd be super down to go play community maps or something, but like, it doesn't have any of those features. So, I don't know. Keep an eye on it. I don't hate it. I think it's fine. I enjoyed my time with it. If I paid money for it and didn't get a review key, I would have considered my money well spent because of the time I enjoyed with it. I really enjoyed with it. Supreme Commander 2 is a awful game. Supreme Commander 1. Shame they never made a sequel. But Supreme Commander 2. Awful. Supreme Commander 1 Forged Alliance with some mods. If you thought that Supreme Commander 2 was good, erase that from your memory and go get yourself a copy of Supreme Commander 1 and Forged Alliance, and then install like the expanded user pack or whatever it's called. And because that is a good game. The thing with Supreme Commander 2 is Supreme Commander 2 was designed to work on consoles. See, here's the thing. If you thought that Supreme Commander 2 had big battlefields and insane amounts of artillery, you haven't played Supreme Commander 1. Which was like that dialed up to PC levels of insane. The problem was Supreme Commander 2 was designed to work on consoles. That game ran on a fucking Xbox. Back when Xboxes were wimpy, childish, underpowered baby consoles. And they still kind of are. But we're talking in the heyday of PC day. So we're talking like a PC-centric, fantastic RTS. Nullified into dullness, and like the epic units, like the biggest units in those in the sequel are like a quarter of the size that they were in the first one. Like in the first one, you had ships that carried 150 other ships. Like that, the first Supreme Commander, mwah, chef's kiss. Fantastic game. The second Supreme Commander killed the studio. For many reasons. Literally. Supreme Commander 1, all-time classic. Supreme Commander 2, bankrupted gas-powered games. So, trust me, I'm not just knocking your memories, but like if you want a Supreme Commander that ages well, Supreme Commander 1. Am I doing well? I'm not dead, so I will take that as a yeah, I'm doing all right. Still alive, still kicking. How you been, Crystal? Diamond, why the fuck are you not doing your job? I'm literally about to remove you from your management position here. You forgot the E and don't capitalize the C. Unless I'm not correcting your English anymore. Diamond. Will be damage, and I'm sure the world will end. If your tiny little ego gets damaged. There you go. You done did it. You made it. Success. I'm watching a meme right now. I'm not going to show this because I'm assuming that this is actually going to be claimed on my stream. So I'm just going to link this instead. It kind of is, isn't it, Loborin? Any open dwarf children? I don't think Longdeath has ever had an open to be named dwarven child in Longdeath. Also, I've got people lined up that take priority because we had to time travel, so no. I'm pretty sure that there never will be. If you want to get a name in Longdeath, you got to hang out all day for multiple days and then raise your hand quickly. So even if there was one available, I wouldn't give it to you. Not to be mean to you, but like, people who hang around a lot get priority. Well, at least this is filling pretty quick. All right, Diamond, you went and did your job finally. I don't want to put you in prison again. If you like competitive RTSs, yeah. If you like casual RTSs, no. Ned. You also have to like giving Activision money. And I don't like giving Activision money. Job got done? What was the job? It's done. We're in late winter, by the way. But little O-san, good day. Nothing. Disco, hey, hi. Hello. Afternoon. Oh, it's just Halo fans are a bunch of assholes, and 343 develops their game slowly, and it has had consistent bad bugs with their progression. So character leveling keeps getting bugged. So Halo Infinite started super strong, and the fan base is slowly turning on it. I still play it pretty frequently, actually. Like, I still hop into Halo and play Halo pretty consistently, but I do tend to agree with all of the negative reviews saying games as a service sucks and games as a service shouldn't be a thing because it's literally being wrecked by its own monetization, which kind of sucks. Even though it's all skins, but... Giving Activision money is... You know, chat room, actually, I've got a question. After Microsoft purchases Activision, do you think that they're going to retire the Activision brand for a bit? Like, do you think that the name Activision isn't something we're going to see for a little bit? Because, you know, Microsoft has bought a lot of studios, right? They bought Bethesda and a bunch of other things. Bethesda, everybody loves Bethesda, within reason, right? Like, you know, their games are buggy, but people like Bethesda. People like Bethesda's games. People get excited about what they're working on. People talk about them. It's always generally a pretty positive thing when they put out new products, and people like to get excited about Bethesda things. So they'll keep the Bethesda name, and they will be very quiet about the fact that they own Bethesda forever, probably. And Bethesda will probably just staff up a little bit and put more games out. Yeah, everybody kind of has a good... Like, I make a lot of fun of Bethesda. I like them because, you know, they support modders. They do good things for the games community at large. But Activision is such a bad, poisoned name right now. Like, Blizzard still has some goodwill from some crazies. Like, there are people that are excited about a new Diablo for some reason. Probably because they're like, oh, at least in the form of content creators, are probably just like, yay, I get to make money from this game, which is true. And then a few audience people are who just don't pay attention are excited, I guess. But, like, So Blizzard, you can keep that name, but I'm genuinely convinced that they're gonna retire the Activision name. Like, we're just not gonna see Activision. It's just gonna be like a Microsoft production. Like, they're just gonna swap out all the Activision branding with Microsoft. Also, pouring more coffee. It's coffee o'clocky. Why maintain a brand with so much baggage? I mean, it's just like Infogrames, right? Infogrames bought Atari, a name that still had some goodwill associated with it at the time, and changed their name to Atari because nobody wanted to associate with Infogrames, because Infogrames was like kind of a crappy brand at the time that they'd done a really good job destroying for themselves. So it's like, if you spend years destroying your own brand's goodwill, it just makes perfectly logical sense to get rid of everything but that. "157 years old is the king." We're into the 28th of Obsidian late winter, so we're about to hit year 407. A crashing sound, it was a container of spoons. Ah. I had to investigate a crashing sound last night. It was one of my snowshoes falling off of the shelf in my closet. Because I got 2 snowshoes up at the top of my shelf. They went thunk thunk. I was like, what the fuck was that? Scared the crap out of me at like 4 in the morning. You worked for Activision for a few weeks some time ago? And what was your experience like? Doing like translation work? Based on previous statements? Fucking toxic environment? Really? Wow. I like that comparison. Fucking toxic environment. And I used to work at design studio. Oy. Translation QA? My little sister works in translation QA. I won't say what project she works on, but I know, because I figured it out, because she gave me like 1 line of hints. She's gotten smarter about it, though, so she might not be on that project anymore. When she first got the job, because my little sister works at a outsourced QA house. I won't say which one. But my little sister works at an outsourced QA house and works in translation QA. And I asked her, I was like, so, like, how are your coworkers? And she's like, some of the most unpleasant people I've ever encountered. And she's like, the second they make us go back to office, because I haven't done that yet, she's like, I'm leaving, quitting, and going to go find different work because I don't ever want to be around these people in an office again. Which is funny, though, because, like, I know enough people at other smaller studios, especially in the area that she lives, that I could probably help her get a job somewhere working for a better studio, but she doesn't listen to me whenever I bring it up, so. Games industry is a great industry if you work good. Problem is finding somewhere good to work for. That's about as much as I've heard from various QA. Can I ask what... Were you at a specific studio, or was it just Activision specific? If I can ask. If I'm not allowed to ask, don't tell me. I'm just curious as to which portion of Activision you were with. Dark Side Detective. Activision Ireland? That's where that, you know, they moved their head office there because that's where King was based, if I'm not mistaken, right? Now, when you say the Dark Side Detective, are you referring to the game Dark Side Detective? Like the kind of point-and-click adventure thing? I've just looked it up. I recall seeing videos of this when it was new. You did translation for Call of Duty? Gotcha. Yeah, I know almost nothing about Activision Ireland. I know quite a bit about, like, Activision California, because that's where all my friends are at, but... Who, Spooky Doorway? I mean, I'm not familiar with Spooky Doorway, but I am familiar with Acapara, their publisher. Published Grime recently. Yeah. And that one completely insufferable themed game gone viral. Everyone should support and love them. All right, there you go. Go support and love them, chat. Although I feel that way about Punk Cake. Everybody should go support and follow Punk Cake. Best kinds of studio. Anthony, would you do well in the military? Often inflamed by hatred and feels hatred towards things. Huh, doesn't need to seek out assignment. I think I've looked at you before on this thought. Give you healthcare. Weaponsmithing. But how do you know the dark side detective people? Out of curiosity. But it's kind of hard. The translation industry is one of those industries that I expect to be gone sooner rather than later. Just with AI predictive text. That being said, you can very much tell the difference between a properly translated game and somebody who just used, you know, Google Translate to translate their game. It's pretty obvious. But I do think that we're getting to a point where that industry will vanish eventually. Ah, so you're extremely biased. Got it. Look at you and your biased opinions. Language is real complicated. Oh, this is true. And I'm sure that, like, my closed captions are a perfectly good example as to why language is complicated. But it's also one of those industries that's going to go away. Thanks to AI. And if people keep popularizing VTubers, then my industry is gonna go away and be replaced by AI soon. Yeah, but it's still an industry that's going away to a degree. Instead of being, I mean, I was just teasing, but on the biased comment. Blind VTuber when? When I'm dead. I, unlike some people, don't like being a fake, not real person. And VTubers scare the fuck out of me. There's some really cool tech behind them, and some really talented performers running them. But they scare the fuck out of me. The industry is or the internet is too obsessed with anonymity to a point where all humanity is being removed from it, and I fucking hate it. So, literally never. Don't ask. People want to go that route with their content, that's up to them. Just like if people want to make porn, that's up to them. I don't create that kind of content. I'm just me. Not going to be some fake representation of me. Rather just turn my camera off and be a faceless voice, as I've done in the past. But no, the direction that the translation is going to go from is it's going to become a correction-based industry. The translations will all be done by AI, and then you'll pay somebody who's less educated, less money to go through and correct it all, which is largely what's done in a lot of cases already. I could also time you out for the rest of the day, Loborin. But instead, I choose to simply delete that message. By the way of spaghetti code, you wish that if there could have been a Windows live paper that just Dwarf Fortress running on the desktop with a key press and you can interact with it. I mean, why don't you just like have Dwarf Fortress minimized at all times? I really, 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 really dislike VTubing. Like, it's totally fine if people want to watch that kind of content, but I don't even like being told, but you could be this thing. It's like, yeah, but I'm me. Telling me that I could be something else is implying that I am already boring and not interesting. And if that's the case, cool. Go watch somebody else. That's my opinion. When you watch me, you get me. If you don't want me, fuck off. Watch somebody else. Perfectly good example of this is I know somebody who started streaming to very little success with no cam. Whipped up a VTuber avatar, VTubed for a bit, got great success, got tired of the character they were running, and now no longer use the avatar and have gone from being successful to having absolutely no audience kind of overnight. And as somebody who, you know, back in the day used to see character streamers pop up, you know, people like Future Man Gaming, who nobody remembers, and various other themed streams from the past. If you remember any of those, most of them don't stream anymore because they all got tired of the character that they were performing as. That, or if they do still stream, they stream at a fraction of the audience size because they got tired of the character and their audience didn't, which is the one thing that's worse. It's just going to happen to all of them eventually. It's not exactly very future-proofed. It's a very silly way to go. So, if people want to watch that stuff and put on that kind of show, that's their prerogative. I have zero interest in it. The elves have arrived to trade. Welcome, elves. I'm glad that that'd be good. I'm glad that you accept me just the way I am without asking me to be some sort of weird avatar. Although if there's some way to get like a desktop live wallpaper of like a stream, then theoretically you could like parsec in or TeamViewer in or something into another computer which is running Dwarf Fortress and use that as your background. Could be doable. Exclamation point tile set. One word. That'll get you what you're looking for. And I get that question a lot, but maybe less than you think. Where did the skeleton with the hat come from in the first place? You clearly didn't play a lot of old PC games, did you? Either that or you didn't spend any time on 4chan in about 2007. The skeleton with the hat, this lad, aka Mr. Calcium, also known as Mr. Bones, aka, where is it? That's not what I wanted to do. A weird way to do this. AKA this lad, if I can open image. That's where it comes from. The dead giveaway should really be the panda that I have, which is literally the desktop icon for Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Or Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, rather. This guy. That should be the giveaway. And usually is the giveaway. Alright, let's turn off the military for a bit. And let's... King wants 2 picks. I think we'll also queue up clothing. Cloth sock. Silk. No leather shoe. I do play adventure mode. I don't play it super often. Usually, or rather, I don't play adventure mode on this save. If I'm playing Rotten Emu Brain. If I am playing adventure mode, it's on my other save file. I usually use it as a method of bringing weird characters into my fortresses from other parts of the world. You get overwhelmed with the controls and then go play CDDA or CUD instead. Every time you play adventure mode, you get overwhelmed with the controls and then go play one of 2 significantly more complicated games instead. That's kind of ironic, but yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's still a weird beast. I'm waiting for Villains Part 2 before I play more of it again. I mean, I do play it. I don't play a lot of it. Usually if I'm playing it, it's because I'm just doing a quick journey from one town to another. Building a party, starting somewhere close by, running to a location. Or sometimes I'll, like, take an elf with a flying mount or something and, like, scout a location to find somewhere. Well, I mean, CDDA has significantly more UI and hotkeys than adventure mode, and CUD is just CUD. CUD's hard, but in a completely different way. Yeah, CUD was like an hour of fiddling with keybinds before I got it comfortable, but less convoluted. I think there's an argument to be made for CDDA being similar levels of convolutedness. And CUD is just weird. I don't know if it's necessarily convoluted. It's just odd. CUD is just CUD. I hate everything about CDDA. I wish I liked CDDA, but every time I've played that game, I've disliked it more. It's one of those games where theoretically I should love it, but I hate the fact that it's a survival crafting game. It's like, cool, it's another Daisy. This is a format of game I've been bored of for a decade now. And it doesn't include the one feature that makes those games tolerable, which is multiplayer, because it's a turn-based game. And it makes sense why it doesn't have that, but it's just like... The only thing that makes that type of game tolerable to me is multiplayer. And that's just so that I can make everybody else do all of the boring bits. Which is the only reason I tolerate, like, Zomboid and such, is because I can have other people to do all of the bits of the game that I don't want to do. Cut, on the other hand, fantastic. Love Cut. CDDA should get a Steam port, though. Like, they should put that game on Steam. More people should play that game. Because it is very good. I just hate it. Cramp, what up? Welcome back. 3 hours, ladies and lads. ADOM I consider to be one of my favorite games of all time. I did beat it once in 2009, but I cheated. I backed up my save file. I haven't played it since it got kickstarted and redone, though. Well, I mean, I've played through, like, the opening zones a couple of times, but I haven't played ADOM since 2009 when I sat down and beat it. And Tome I've played on and off since it was called Tales of Middle-earth. I think I prefer Angband, but Tome is neat. I need to actually get into... I've never really properly learned Tome. Like, I can finish the opening zones of Tome pretty consistently. I've got, like... I don't know how much time in the free version, and I've got, like, 30, 40 hours in the Steam version. I've never gotten very good at Tome. Tome always was, like, needlessly annoying with the amount of stats it puts on screen to the point where it's like, I'm less interested to try learning it. Like, Tome could actually use, like, a couple down patches where, like, it removes some things or simplifies some things. Like, there's some games like Caves of, or not Caves of Cod. Games like Cogmind where it's like it's benefited from having its advanced UI where it adds more stats. Tome, I wish, had, like, a simplified version of the UI. Like, you could ignore, like, 90% of the stats and things. But it's just, that game just throws so much at me early on. It's just like, I find I spend more time just, like, squinting at stats on a sword than I do actually enjoying the game. I do really like Tome, though. Tome is a very cool game. Tome is the closest you will ever get to, like, Diablo for roguelikes, which is really fucking cool. Well, I don't think it needs to be simplified. I think it just needs to... It needs, like, a noob-friendly menu. Or a UX, rather. I mean, I really like the item. I think that Tome is really fucking cool. It just needs a... Even a mod could do this. Just removes all of the stats that you realistically don't need to give a fuck about as a brand new player. Like, that's all it needs. It just needs something that just removes all of the things that aren't important for a new player, which is the majority of the stats. Like, when you actually sit down and, like, stare at the wiki and read, like, item stats in Tome, it's like, very quickly you realize, oh, I don't actually need to give a shit about most of this stuff. But the game doesn't tell you that. Like, I don't know. I've dug into mods for it a couple of times in Tome, and every time I look at it, it's like, okay, there are UI mods here that could simplify some things that could make this more approachable for me, and maybe then I could actually, like, learn it well enough that I could get through the early game and get into mid game and then turn all that stuff back on. But back end check total for newbie and nerd, yeah, newbie and nerd. Newbie mode removes all the stats. Nerd mode adds all the stats. Super nerd mode adds more stats. Ultra nerd mode adds stats that don't actually mean anything. But here's the thing. I'm fine with text heavy if I can comprehend the text, right? Tome is so text heavy, and it's a font that's hard to read, and it's just hard. It's just difficult. I really like Tome, though. Which, part of the reason why I prefer Angband is because Tome is an Angband fork. And Angband doesn't have as much text. So, I guess I'll put it this way. I really like minimalist design in roguelikes. Tome is like the maximalist of roguelikes. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally just, let's push everything to, like, you took every single possible slider you could for a roguelike and swapped it from 0 to 100%, and they ticked it one further up to yes, and that is Tome. It's like, you took every single thing that you could possibly put into a roguelike and cranked every single slider up to 11 and then some. And that's Tome, which is fantastic. But by the time you know you have 5 different hotbars with 9 abilities each, and you can't remember what the first 12 do, it's like, but I do like Tome. Tome's cool. I just wish I had the time to invest into it. Maybe I need to just like take a weekend off stream at some point and just sit around and play Tome. Maybe I need to do that. I don't know. Tome's good. Rip Hex. I'm sorry. But since we're talking about roguelikes, best free modern-ish roguelike, far and away. Far and away. Brogue. And I don't want you to change my mind, so I'm not going to say the bullshit, change my mind, because you don't need to. That's my favorite. Brogue. Brogue is incredible. Absolutely incredible. I love Brogue. Brogue is wonderful. Brogue. I never once said Rogue. OG Rogue is a fascinating, like, textbook entry, but I don't really want to play it. But I never once said Rogue. I said Brogue. You should open your ears. Is your first entry into the genre, you think? My first entry into the genre was a really, 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 really bad entry to the genre, which was Moria. Moria is a poorly balanced thing. But Moria was my first entry into the genre. Then Adom. It was Moria, then Adom. Well, you clearly didn't, Loberin. You clearly didn't step away because you heard me say Brogue and then you asked, like, OG Rogue? Question mark? So you clearly heard me say Brogue and thought I said OG Rogue. And I didn't. But although the captions do think I'm saying broke and not brogue, which kind of sucks. Oh, that time I got it. I've never... So, my artist Cooler gifted me Dungeons of Dreadmore, and I've never actually played it. Then why not say, what did you say, Blind? What was the name of the game? Instead of making yourself look dumb. And I will keep making you look dumb, because that's what I do. I am mean to my viewers, according to some people. But it's kind of funny to me. I give people a hard time. Can you please get rid of the crap? Thank you, Dwarfs. Probably not, no. Interesting. I kind of don't really have any interest in playing Dungeons of Dreadmore, to be honest. Also, it hasn't had an update in a billion years and runs in a really small resolution, so, yeah, good. I'm good. There's other games that, you know, need to be played more than that. I'd rather go back and just play more Brogue. I'd rather play more Doom the Roguelike than that. Just because I haven't played a game on stream? No, I will probably never play it. Not offline only. I will probably never play it. Also, pro tip for the future, Crystal Rose Eve. Every single time you ask when am I going to play a game, I'm less likely to play it. This is just like a problem with my brain, is when people ask me to do a thing, I go, no, I want to do what I want. which is the way I've always run my stream. I do what I want. And every single time I've listened to chat and played things that one or two people in chat are like, so when are you going to play this? Nobody's watched. So I do what I want, and I will play games that I think are interesting or games that I think would be interesting to my audience. I'm not going to play games that you recommend. So every single time you recommend a game or say, when are you going to do this? It becomes like tenfold less likely. Well, see, here's the difference. I've played Brogue on stream many times and love playing Brogue. So I will play Brogue again. When will it be? Not when you ask, but I'll do it again when I feel like it. When the time is right. Last time I played Brogue, I almost beat it. Fun fact. Got really close. Second to last floor. Sad days. And that's a really good way to frustrate, annoy, and bother at streamer and get timed out. Diamond, so, you know. You could ask me to play Call of Duty, though, and that would be beneficial to everybody, because that's not going to happen already. I don't know. You could like, you know, have clicked the link that was linked earlier about Brogue. Or you could go to that link. What time is Tarn joining in? In 2 hours and 45 minutes, I think. Math. Yes, 2 hours and 45 minutes. I am making you a do nothing but dump stuff, Dwarf. You sure? Although, admittedly, Brogue is a difficult game to Google because Brogue is a shoes brand, a brand of shoes, and like high-end fashion brand. So a lot of the time when you Google Brogue, you'll just get the brand Brogue. But yeah, Murist Mixed Space Miner, Tarn and possibly Zach. Depends on if Zach is still at Tarn's house. We'll be joining at 3 p.m. So it is currently 12:16 p.m. local time. So we do have a little bit of time left. We are, you know, I'm just doing my normal Longdeath stuff, which is a fortress I've kept alive for, or I'm keeping alive for 1,000 years. We are currently at war with a human faction, so I'm filling up this very inconspicuous tub of lava right above a very inconspicuous, long, windy maze with very inconspicuous lava-safe material drainage systems set up. So, waiting for them to come back, and then I'm going to burninate them and their family. Looking forward to it, frankly. The burninating, mostly. It's just kind of funny, Crystal, when someone asks what Brogue is, I explain what Brogue is, and then like within a couple of minutes, somebody else who was in chat at the time when I explained it the first time asks what Brogue is. It's just kind of funny. I've been drip feeding on YouTube. You still can't believe it's been almost 3 years since the announcement. You know, I like to remind people, I waited 9 years from announcement to release for Bannerlord. 3 years doesn't seem that long anymore. I don't know. Also, you know what I learned the other day that I think is genuinely hilarious? The Star Citizen Kickstarter was a decade ago, as of like 2 weeks ago. Star Citizen is 10 years old! Anyway. People have been giving them money for 10 years. Holy fuck. There are kids in like elementary school that are younger than Star Citizen. Which is ridiculous. Anyway. Well, hi, dumb. I'm blind. I really wish that they'd get rid of that miasma, but 3 years is nothing if you've dabbled with DF all of your adult life and then some. Not all of my life, but large portions of it. Let's free that table. Free that table. And dump that. So that you stop, like, freaking out on that. Oh, also another thing, for those of you who maybe missed it, YouTuber friend of mine / streamer friend of mine, Tekid, is going to be joining the chit chat this afternoon. So there will be 2 voices on stream, not just me. It'll be me, Tekid, Zach, and Tarn. It's going to be a full frickin' party. Looking forward to it. You first struck back as in 2006? I distinctly remember it. I was talking about it earlier because I mentioned ADOM. I learned about I learned about Dwarf Fortress in 2009 while I was playing, right after I finished beating ADOM, because I was talking to a friend of mine who I played a lot of, I guess, maybe not quite League of Legends yet, because I think League of Legends was like 2010 for me. But we played a lot of Counter-Strike and other things together. And I was like, I need a game to play while in queue because I just finished ADOM. And he was just like, oh, try Dwarf Fortress. I was like, what the fuck's Dwarf Fortress? And he goes, I don't know. I saw it on 4chan. It's kind of cool. Here's the wiki. So the rest is gravy. That looks so fucking cool. What weaned me into understanding ASCII as a kid was the fact that growing up, I didn't have internet until like 06. So, and when we did get internet, it was the slowest fucking dial-up you've ever used. My internet was like 10 years behind most of the planet. So, my computer that I had was also old. So when I was like between the ages of like 8 and 14, my internet access was minimal and mostly through friends' houses. So what I would do is I would take my 512 megabyte MP3 player and I would go over to my friend's house, which was a 40-minute walk from my house, which was the closest friend who had internet. And I would hang out with him and we would download games from Sweden generally, or old like abandonware websites and stuff like that. So we'd either like pirate modern games or we would download old games. And if they were modern games, they'd be a couple gigs. And so I'd have to put, or maybe like a gig or 2 at the time. So I'd install it on his computer and then copy the install files over onto the MP3 player, walk home, plug it into my computer, install it into my computer, then go home and rinse and repeat and just do that on repeat. I don't read Elvish runes, mofuns, but hello. And then that's a neat font though. And then I'd have to like go back and forth and make multiple trips. And my parents didn't like me playing video games, so they'd get all sus if I were to just go to my friend's house, walk back, go to my friend's house, walk back, go to my friend's house, walk back multiple times in a day. So what I would do is I would go to my friend's house, load up part of the game, and then a couple days later go to my friend's house again. And then the reason I liked ASCII games so much was instead of having to do multiple trips, I could just go to his house, download like 10 games, because they were all like a couple megabytes each, put them all on my MP3 player, take them home and play them. So that's how I ended up playing all sorts of weird old ASCII games. Like, that's why I played Zork, as an example. That's why I played like a bunch of text adventures and shit, was because they were small enough that they'd fit on my MP3 player. 4chan and TV's trope stories introduced you to Dwarf Fort, and a single story made you commit to learning it was the Yeah, the Elvish King of Dwarves. Is that the story that's used in the IMDb page for dwarves? Because there's an IMDb page for Dwarf Fortress, which is very strange to me. And it has a plot synopsis, and I think it's that story that you're referring to. Which is funny. That there's a plot synopsis for Dwarf Fortress on IMDb. There's something about that that's just way too fucking funny to me. I do actually wonder how many new players Dwarf Fortress has gained because of Krug Smash, though. Genuine curiosity, that. They took that story and put it on IMDb. IMDb only had like I think it was like a 4 out of 10 rating or something. And yeah, and then I got everybody in chat to review it, and it's up to 8.5. We did it. And everyone has at the turn of the millennium where the early internet experiences, which just sound unreal to kids these days. No, totally. Kids these days, they don't understand how cool the internet is. They just take it for granted. God damn it, get off my lawn. Something. I'm not even 30. I'm a literal child still, so I still tell people to get off my lawn, though. It's bedtime. Good night, Crystal. Thanks for swinging by. Hope to see you again. Started DF in 2009 too, but you have no idea why or how. It's just because you think that it ran on your work PC and you wouldn't learn to play it properly until this year or so. I didn't learn to play Dwarf Fortress properly until like 2017, so I'm with you there.
Woot.
Dragon Man, what up? I mean, like in 2009 when I first started fucking around with Dwarf Fortress, I learned how to play it enough to be able to generate a world and start a fortress and then get frustrated and then Alt F4. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Dragon Man keeping that sub alive for 29 months? This just means type in the word beer, the beers emoji, the beer emoji, HS cheers, the word beer in multiple languages, or my beer emote, or my follower emote, Crypt Burr, which is like a beer with one E removed. Burr is more popular in some instances. I feel like I didn't learn Dwarf Fortress for a decade, and after I found it the first time is pretty common. I think that's quite a common occurrence when it comes to people playing Dwarf Fort. All right, well, you only did adventure mode for a long time? I learned adventure mode after. When 5 gigabytes was an... Okay, so to give you an idea how shitty my internet was for my whole life, when Battlefield 4 came out, Battlefield 4, right? What year was that? I'm gonna go look this up. Battlefield, which was the last Battlefield game I played, by the way. Battlefield 4 came out in 2013. Did that in October 2013. So like right as I was moving out. Wait, no, I'm wrong. It would have been Battlefield 3 because I would have moved out by that point. So Battlefield 3 came out, yeah, October 2011. That's accurate. So when Battlefield 3 came out, I bought it. Me and my friends bought it. My friends bought it, and they all downloaded it overnight, because that was a pretty big game when it came out. How many gigabytes is Battlefield 3? Battle F3. Battlefield 3 is how big? 20 gigs, right? You know, short download, right? When Battlefield 3 came out, me and all my Counter-Strike friends bought it. And they all downloaded it within the day and started playing. It took me 3 weeks to download it. 3 weeks! That's how slow my internet was in 2011. 3 weeks! And I could only download it overnight because Steam used so much of the bandwidth, even set to minimum, that my mom couldn't, like, load her email. So this wasn't even, like, early days of the internet. This was just, we lived in a place where there was no service. Now I have gigabit fiber. I'm still compensating for all the lost time. Finland was so ahead of the curve in the early 2000s, but your family wasn't in the middle of the game. Oh, you're also in Finland? One of my teammates is in Finland. With the 56K modem held up in several years, it's getting a right monthly. See, the thing is, Canada's internet isn't terrible. The difference is my parents are just scared of technology and a lot of things. And the internet is one of the things that they were scared of. Like, my dad, like, my mom bought my little sister a Wii for her birthday when, like, I don't know. I can't remember a couple of years after the Wii came out. Around the time the Wii was, like, super cheap. Bought her a Wii and a bunch of games for her birthday, all used. My dad set it up and then unset it up and returned it and returned all of the games and bought her a new gift when he learned that it could connect to the internet. That's how terrified of the internet my parents were growing up. Blind beat downloading in Morse code. Yeah, I was just downloading things one DAT file at a time. Individual DAT files. 79 megabytes for Counter-Strike was an overnight download? Yeah. I mean, it used to take me 20 minutes to launch RuneScape. That's how long it took to download the Java scripts to run RuneScape in a browser. I mean, I've watched multiple documentaries about pirated games in Brazil, so... There's actually a really cool variant of that exact, like, non-legal games industry in China right now. Razline, what's up? It's good to see you. But, like, if you want to see, like, modern-day version of that exact industry... if you want to see a modern-day version of that exact industry, look up, like, pirated copies of Resident Evil and shit in China. Took you 20 minutes to get totally bored of RuneScape? I played RuneScape because I had friends that played RuneScape. And that's the only reason I played any MMOs, is because my friends were all playing it and they didn't want to play the games I wanted to play, so I play MMOs. And now, as an adult, I have no friends, so I just don't play MMOs. I don't like MMOs. I've never liked MMOs. MMOs are worst things. Trying to think. What was the last game that I downloaded not legally? Probably Crysis, actually. I think Crysis. In recent years, but it still exists. I'm saying this because, like, I saw a post on Reddit of somebody who claims to live in mainland China who bought a copy of Resident Evil Village, which had one of the best knockoff covers I've seen in a while. It was just posted on one of the game's subreddits. But they've been cracking down on games in general over the years, but it's nice to see some of their games making it out over here, you know, with things like Dyson Sphere program and all that jazz. Also, another country that's got a really, really, really kind of fun modern games thing here. I'll just link the video that I'm referencing, but Cuba. They've built their own internet. Here, this is Cuba's underground gaming network. Shout out to Cloth Map. If you've ever seen Blinking White Guy, the meme, aka Drew Scandalin, this guy, Blinking White Guy meme. He ran a YouTube channel for a bit. He shut down his Patreon for it a while ago and doesn't do it anymore, but his reporting and work in these videos is fantastic, where he just goes to countries that you don't normally think about related to games and talks about them. But they literally built their own internet and they, like, have bootleg versions of World of Warcraft running on it. It's so fucking cool. It's been pushed underground a bit. It just makes it more fun, pushing it underground. Isn't that literally called hip hop though? Isn't that literally just like hip hop and R&B? When it comes to underground music genres? In Ukraine, you had whole marketplaces selling absolutely normal-looking box DVDs with games. You know, you guys will talk about this like it's unique to countries that have slower economies? Third world countries? I don't want to be super mean. Yet, like, you go to the fucking night market here or the street market here, and you can find exactly the same shit. Like, you can find very much not legal copies of old games, bootlegs, and all that jazz. Like, you can absolutely find that stuff here. One or two that you wanted? Two. But, like, you can just do that right now. Global South is the preferred term? South America. I don't know. But, like, I'm also referring to Ukraine in the same sentence, so there is that. But, yeah, no, literally, like, if you go to the night market here, or the either the Chinatown street market or the Richmond night market, which are basically the same thing, except the Richmond night market, it costs $5 to get in the front door. They have exactly the same, like, very much cracked copies with, like, various wares logos on the bottom of them and shit. Was when a bunch of mass police were slamming the sellers in the face on the ground and started trashing the discs. That's fun. Like, born in the late 90s, early 2000s? Huh. Well, I mean, there's a whole music genre that exists on the internet because of stolen video games, like tracker music. Tracker music for cracked software exists almost entirely because of stolen software. There's a bunch of really good playlists on YouTube of just old old tracker wears music for various trainers and other things. Okay, so you're listening to a metalhead who listens to a lot of everything from classical to jazz to stoner rock. I don't listen to very much Brazilian music, generally. Nothing against it. It's just, it tends to be a lot of, like, electronic dance music, which I find really, really boring. Yeah, no, CDPR started as a piracy group and then it became one of the first legitimate translation houses. Also, the developer of Jupiter Hell, Epion, who's a Polish developer, gets really frustrated when the most recent version of his game doesn't get ported to Pirate Bay in a couple of days. He's just like, man, they're fucking slow this time. There was one time he was on my stream and he was just like mad that his game wasn't on a torrent site yet. He's like, they're being slow right now. I might have to do it for them. Like, what the fuck, dude? I also listen to, like, no reggae. Unless it's, like, a reggae vocalist over metal. Then I'm in. There's a band that I know that does that. Yeah, I don't listen to dance music because I'm not much of it. See, the way I describe, like, I don't mind, like, funk and dance music and stuff like that, but think about it this way, right? I do the wrong kind of drugs to listen to hyperactive dance music. If I did speed or acid or MDMA or crystal meth, then I'd be all for it. But I smoke weed. I want to lie down on the floor and just go, ah, not jump up and down and all that crap. So, I've seen them 4 times, Nuclear Sneeze. Fantastic band. Fucking fantastic band. Swedish culture is a pretty interesting thing. Most people are not malicious and just want to share with people here. I mean, I thank them for their culture generally. I just unfortunately can't directly promote it through my stream because I will get banned from Twitch. Although one of the funniest comments on the topic of stealing games that I ever saw was shown to me by Victoria, who's now the community manager at Innersloth, little indie dev. They made a small game that you may have heard of called Among Us. Anyway, she works there now. She worked at Kitfox before we were publishing Dwarf Fortress, and she once sent me a screenshot of a post that she deleted from the Steam forums that literally read, "I can't believe that you are Kitfox has stolen Dwarf Fortress and is selling it and is planning to sell it. This game is free and should be free forever. I'm going to pirate this version as soon as it releases." And the concept of pirating Dwarf Fortress is the most ironic thing that I've ever heard. It's the most ironic thing that I've ever heard. And still is the most ironic thing I've ever heard. Funk was born because some anthropologist gave a favela kid a crappy synth. I mean, Brazilian funk was born that way, maybe. Japanese funk was born because they gave jazz artists synthesizers. If I'm gonna like pick a type of funk that I really like Japanese funk. And they're like city pop and modern disco and all that shit. Really like that stuff. It's a lot more jazzy, a lot less, if that makes any sense. There was one day a couple of years ago where I was like, I should travel to Brazil. And then I looked at how much flights cost, and I was like, no. No, it is from the original creators. The person was being a dingus. That's why the comment was funny, was because somebody, like, very much misread and didn't understand anything that they were reading. Back home from beach? Did you call it a son of a? I don't know. I hope that you had a good trip to beach. Welcome back from beach. Because when the premium version of Dwarf Fortress was announced, that Zach and Tarn were working on it, there was a bunch of really stupid articles that came out around the same time with a lot of misinformation. And it confused a lot of people. Don't go to Brazil? Nah. I'll tell you this. I'd rather go to Brazil than America. As a Canadian? Although, I would rather go to China than America right about now. Rather go to America over Russia, though. No offense to my Russian viewers. How many bug report would Steam DF get because people didn't know they got ASCII version instead paid premium version? 0? Keep in mind, this was like 5 years ago that I thought about it. And the reason I thought about it, Freeways, was because I had a friend that lived there at the time. And also, the Canadian dollar goes way further, so it's one of those places where I could travel there and do really well once I'm there. TLDR, if I wanted to go somewhere hot and tropical, I'd go to Cuba right about now. It's way cheaper to fly to Cuba. It's like $300 to fly from here to Cuba. It's like $1,800 to fly from here to Cuba. Or from here to Brazil, rather. We are a bit too similar to America right now. I mean, that's most places in the world. A bit too similar to America. Honestly, the only reason I haven't traveled to Cuba is because I can't smoke weed cheaply in Cuba. And I have a lot of dumb issues if I don't smoke weed. My night terrors get really bad, and it's not pleasant. List of arrows. Any more picks? Hey. So if Cuba legalizes weed, I'll go visit Cuba. Till then, I'll stay in Canada. Although I'm not a big traveling person anyway, like, period. But like I said, this was a couple of years ago. You'd like to go to Romania and sleep in a Vlad castle? Sure. I'd like to go to Finland. Oddly enough, that's the place that I'd be most likely to travel to. Is either Holland or Finland at this point. Finland is my climate, and I have family in Holland. Because I'm almost as far north as Finland already. Almost. If I go like 4 hours north, I'm as far north as Finland. I've spent a lot of time up there. You grew up in a few states, lived in both Russia and China, and they all have pros and cons. I miss all of the places for varying reasons. Oh yeah, totally. I mean, that's just called traveling around the world, right? The world is still the world, believe it or not. But like, the only reason I will not go to the US right now is I have zero desire to support that country until they get their shit sorted, which they might. Yeah, that's a large reason why I don't travel. Jurist mixed space minor. Being in Canada kind of spoils you on certain things. Don't you guys have an AI party? Like a party that's run by an intelligent AI? I remember reading something about... Like, actually, I remember Bellinair, my teammate, saying something about that. It's my Finnish teammate. He was just yelling. He's like, we have a AI party that listens to an AI. It's like, wait, what? That's kind of amazing. Just as an idea more than anything. I'm referencing this guy is the person who's in my team is from Finland. Recommend giving him a follow. He's a good dude. His wife is a pretty big Finnish book blogger. I'm literally just waiting for this lava puddle to fill. Doesn't every okay? Well, Canada on that retort has the Rhino Party of Canada, which one of the things they want to do is pave over Manitoba to make the world's largest parking lot. And the reason is it's only Manitoba. And another thing they want to do is they want to build a bridge from Vancouver Island to Prince Edward Island. So from one end of the continent to the other end of the continent. And they claim that they haven't decided which way around the world they're going to go. They were going to invade France and Spain for varying reasons. But the reason they were going to invade Spain is because Tintin kills a rhino in Spain in one of the comic strips. So they said that they wouldn't invade Spain if Spain formally apologized on behalf of Tintin for killing a rhino in Spain, and would also not invade if instead of apologizing on Tintin's behalf, they sent them a 6-pack of beer and chips. And they sent them a 6-pack of beer and chips. So they're not going to invade Spain. What else did they say that they would do? Sounds like a touchy geopolitical situation. They're a satire party. What else did the Rhino parties? I need to go to their Wikipedia page. There's lots of like crazy dumb shit that they said that they would do. They don't even have enough people and enough writings to ever get any kind of power. They exist as a joke. It's like that guy with a cone on his head that tried to run for president in the States. And here you thought that Darth Vader running for president of the Ukraine was ridiculous. Another thing another party that we have is the Pirate Party of Canada. And the Pirate Party of Canada stands for something pretty simple. Everybody in Canada has to relocate to Newfoundland. Everybody in Canada. And we do nothing but build pirate ships and then invade Europe. They're like a totalitarian military governance party. Called the Pirate Party. They had like 2 people and they got like sub 100 votes, but they existed for a year and they were funny. Canadian joke politics are funny. Funny. Now we just have the Green Party. They're a joke. What's funny about the Green Party now is they're less green than most of the other parties that we have. But humans have arrived to trade. The humans that we're not at war with. I don't know. I think every country needs to have a few people run for power that are literally a joke. Because it puts things into perspective. And everybody needs to laugh a little bit, especially during elections. It's just healthy. They put Igor on a 2 a.m. slot. I mean, okay, so what are the 2 sets before Igor? What are the 2 sets before Igor? Because you could realistically just go to bed and, like, nap somewhere. It's like, the last festival I went to was Animals as Leaders, followed by Band I Don't Like, followed by Gwar. I for some reason couldn't separate Igor and Gwar in my head. Gwar, followed by Slayer. So we watched Animals as Leaders and then fucking left. Wynn took a nap on a field and then came back for Slayer after Gwar was done. There was this weird red mucus stuff all over the grass though, which was a little unpleasant, but it's fine. It's Gwar. Standard Gwar. Typical Gwar. Just normal Gwar. I was supposed to see Igor this year, but they canceled their show. They're going to be doing a show next year, though. But I get to see Animals as Leaders in October. Can't fucking wait. Super duper can't wait. Also, 2 hours and 10 minutes. 2 hours, 10. Ooh. Dark Funeal's pretty good. Well, it's GWAR, all caps, but yes. Gwar designed the first ever DirectX booth at, what's the name? Not the, it happens in, Frog for Hire literally said he went to it yesterday. What is it? What? It's the convention that happens in Las Vegas where all of the smart fridges are announced and the TVs. Fuck. What is the name of that thing? CES. Yeah, the very first ever DirectX booth at CES was designed by Gwar. And it was, you walked through a giant vagina. There's almost no pictures of it on the internet because they've done a very good job destroying it from existence. There's like one image of it on the Internet Archive, and that's it. And it's not even like after the it's before the show opened. They really want to make sure the rest of the beer gets sold? I mean, you gotta stack your last day. The last festival I went to, the last day ended with Marilyn Manson. His set started at like, it was like 12:30 at night. But his set was delayed by an hour due to unsafe levels of thunder and lightning. And it was pelting rain. Best part was, they started the set at about 1:15 a.m. He did a 3-hour set during a fucking thunderstorm. I never need to see Marilyn Manson live again. But holy fuck, that's like the perfect way to see Marilyn. Like, Good lord. That dude puts on a fucking show. He had like no makeup on by the end of it because like he kept getting soaked every time he came out. But well, I mean, I saw Marilyn Manson and not Queen, but you know. It is indeed very, very frightening when the show is in Edmonton, Alberta, which is very flat with not a lot of pointy things. And you're on a stage that's taller than most things in the general vicinity, and it's got a lot of metal on it. I'm sure like they have things to divert the lightning, but you know, getting struck by lightning and dying on a stage doesn't seem like an optimal way to go if you ask me. Has almost double the bands compared to Finland. Okay, well, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that there's like 100 times the people in Brazil than Finland. That's not a fair competition. I mean, I'd almost be willing to bet that Canada has as many metal bands as Finland. But also metalarchives.org is a good website. But, you know, Finland has Korpiklani, so Korpiklani has to count for at least 1,000 bands by themselves, right? I mean, come on. I mean, Canada has some pretty fucking good metal, too. Especially, like, as of late. Like, we also have two of the best lady vocalists I've seen live ever, which is, Unleash the Archers and Spirit Box. Show with 1,000 people is a great success. In Brazil, less than 3,000 people is a failure. I mean, there's a lot of people in Brazil. Also, money worth less in Brazil. You count each version of beer as a separate band, or every single like song that they've written about different alcoholic beverages. Vodka. All of their worst songs are the most popular. It's kind of a shame. In karaoke a few days back. Yeah. I hate karaoke so much. It's a lot of people. Stone, it is indeed a lot of people. Brazil and Argentina are crazy about their metal. There's a YouTube channel that I follow or watch pretty religiously called The Metal Theologian. It's a channel, and it's literally a dad, and I think he's in his 40s, who just makes videos about his record collection, and he loves collecting random records from like South America and various places in Europe from like the late 80s, from the late 70s into the 90s for like heavy metal and death metal. And he keeps on finding like these random bands from Brazil and Argentina and like Venezuela and like random like Eastern Bloc countries and post-Soviet countries, and Always fun when he finds a bunch of random stuff. He's like, gets very excited about this band that pressed 50 copies in like 1989 from Brazil. And he's like, this is terrible and I love it. While I slowly trade with these humans. So much vomit. God damn it, dwarves. Puking. Crutches, 2 ballesteros. I mean, I can't really look at stuff while streaming, but no, I don't really watch that type of YouTube though. The only YouTube channel that I watch that's just like a person, well, there's 2 YouTube channels that I watch that are just a person with a guitar playing shit. And that is K Machiavelli and Two Sitch. This chick. Also, that is the greatest audio production video ever created. And it's like a minute long. The only like music related YouTube channels I watch are like record collecting focused. I watch a couple synthesizer channels, but I watch Bad Gear and such. The Cursed video, it's such a good video though. It's so true. I mean, speaking of cursed videos, so I'm going back to YouTube now. Who aren't singing the Unleash the Archer's praises? I just sing Unleash the Archer's praises because I was in scouts with them. They're a fantastic band because they put on great live shows. They stream on Twitch. They're a bunch of fun dudes. I knew them most of my life. So that's why I sing Unleash the Archer's praises, is because they're from my hometown. Speaking of bands, actually, here's a band that you'll never hear people singing the praises of because nobody fucking knows who they are, that are also from my hometown. The only people who've heard of this band are people that I went to high school with. I wish that they would go actually, like, sign to a fucking label. Because they are so fucking good, but never did. Probably never will. Also, the best part about this music video, where is it? Where he's running in the alley. Damn, Diamond. Are you over 100,000 yet? This alley that they're running around in is in my hometown. Used to buy weed in that alley. It's really weird seeing it in a music video, but UTA crew is smiling in their band photos, sus. UTA is just a bunch of nerds who played too much D&D and decided to write music about their D&D campaigns. They're fun. Although if I were to like pick favorite like local band, it's either Ninja Spy, who I just linked, or probably Worm Witch. Isn't it in MA's TOS or something? Huh? I don't know what MA's is. Oh, Metal Archives? Oh, I don't know. No fucking idea. Coffin Birth is just a fucking banger. For those of you true metalheads here, since we're just like doing blind talks about music stream, Worm Witch, they're fucking fantastic. I have literally all of their stuff on wax, except for that one demo tape that they put out. I have that just on tape because they only put it out on tape. Although apparently they put out fucking Wolf Hex on tape. That's interesting. I didn't know that. The more you know. I thought that Metal Archives was basically like a community edited wiki. Also, yeah, I don't know. Actually, even is Ninja Spy even on Metal Archives? I wonder if they consider them metal. I don't know. They're kind of thrash. Nope. No Ninja Spy on Metal Archives. Well, that's sad. If you want a sarcasm, gotta put a kappa or a /s. It's very hard to tell sarcasm in text. Especially while I'm Googling multiple things and like trying to keep track of a few different things. On topic of metal, Chad, how do you feel about that Metal Hellsinger game? Because, I mean, like, they got a hell of a lineup for a rhythm game. Like, you got Dark Tranquility, Ginger, Soilwork, Trivium, System of a Down, Lamb of God, Refused, Arch Enemy, Black Crown. I'll say this. I want the soundtrack. I don't know if I want to actually play the game. Just sell me that soundtrack, please. DF Premium is supposed to have a new soundtrack. Yep. Have we heard any of it? Yep. Have you watched any of my videos? Because if you've watched any of the videos I've uploaded in the last 6 months, it includes the one released track, which is the spring theme, which is a thing that I literally ripped off of one of the Kit Fox's videos. Because they put up a video that, oopsies, they put up a video that had no background audio. This. Wow, that was way louder than I was expecting. Sorry. there you go. You're welcome. Now you've heard some of it. Are we playing the name random bands and see if Blind has heard of them game? Is that what we're doing now? It's kind of funny because the thing that Zach accidentally leaked the last time they were on my stream was related to music, but I won't re-leak things. I just think it's funny. Although, on the topic of singing praises to random bands that not enough people have heard of, I just want to say shoutouts to Blackwater Holy Light for putting on an excellent show. That's the most recent show I've been to, was Blackwater Holy Light. Excellent show. Very, very, very relaxing set. I like a good relaxing set sometime. They're very doomy. And also another thing about DF Premium is they have also said that the classic Dwarf Fortress theme will be included in some format. They just don't know what yet. I got a couple of comments about that actually, and I'm not going to ask any of them because I've asked them in previous interviews. Just like I also removed all questions about multi-threading and frame rate and all that stuff because like there's no point in me asking them because they get asked so often. And I also have a note in my script for today that literally says, say thanks to Sebastian for the longest comment, because there was somebody named Sebastian sent in a short essay that was so big I had to copy it twice. I copy and paste it twice to put it into a Discord conversation, which we're not going to read because I don't want to read a full essay of a question, but it's a good question. So Clinodev is going to include it in the Future of the Fortress questions for next week. How many questions did I get this time? Not the most. It was a total of 62 as of last night. I haven't checked as of this morning, but I've already finalized my list, so if people have submitted more, I don't have them. I haven't seen them. Let's go look. How many... Any more have been submitted into the main doc? Yeah, 62. The most I ever got was 140, which was for the second one that I ever did of these. It's usually somewhere between like 50 and 200, or 50 and 140, somewhere between there. So decent number. I didn't push too hard to get more though. Although some of them are like multi-parters. There's at least one 8-parter in there. Because not everybody like submits them as not everybody submits just one question. Some people, if they want to submit multiple questions, they submit multiple questions, and then some people submit like a copy-pasted block of questions. Both are fine ways of doing it. Okay, how come... Maybe I'm just out of arrowheads. You are doom metal, you're kind of slow, and he totally is. I like... Well, the thing is, I really like stoner metal. And I really like fuzz rock. And I really like doom. I like slow metal. Like, I really love low BPM metal. And it's not... A lot of people associate speed in metal with complexity and skill of the musician. as somebody who was a trained classical musician at one point in my life and is now like a very rusty trained classical musician about his currently in his life, who is very picky and specific about music. As somebody who knows a lot about music, there's something to be said for really, really, really careful, slow restraint with BPM and interesting time signatures, and you get a lot of that in doom metal, and I really, really respect it and really, really like it. Like, probably my favorite band to just listen to right now is Sergeant Thunderhoof, which is a fuzz rock stoner metal band. Like, they have faster songs. Like they have a song on their most recent album that almost sounds like it could be like a 1980s hair metal song, which is weird. It's like super fast and like bumpy and kind of great, but like then they'll put out things like Goat Mushroom, which is like a 15-minute long ballad about Satan, and it's just this very dirgy thing most of the way through, and I love it. I mean, I've seen Sun O twice. Phenomenal band to see live. Well, duo. Phenomenal, though. Absolutely incredible. Although I do kind of get the memes surrounding them. They are a little silly, but on the flip side, you know, it's like I've seen both extremes. I've seen Sun, I've seen Animals as Leaders, and I've seen Dragon Force. I saw all of those in 1 year, actually. And I also saw Dragon Force this year. Second time seeing Dragon Force. I'd love to see Sun again. I would love to see Sun again. Have to wear your plugs for those. IR Stupid, by the way. It's good to see you. Hey, Cherry. Thanks for the follow. I mean, at the most recent show I saw for Dragon Force, see, they were just like, all right, everybody, what's your favorite video game? Come on, we know what's your favorite video game. We know what your favorite video game is. You don't know what your favorite, and the crowd's screaming at them their favorite video game, and then they like grabbed a fucking banjo and did a ballad to Farming Simulator. It's kind of fantastic. One of the funniest Dragon Force related things I've ever seen, though, was Herman Lee on his Twitch stream playing with Tosin Abasi of Animals as Leaders. And they're, like, he's basically just sight reading Through the Fire and the Flames. Like, they're just playing Through the Fire and the Flames. And they're, like, kind of doing, like, a duo and, like, playing off of each other, right? Tosin Abasi just looks really fucking bored. He's just like, this is so goddamn easy. I'm just kind of assuming that everybody here knows who Tosin Abasi is, right? If you don't know who Tosin Abasi is, I guess I have to link more YouTube videos. I have, in fact, seen this before. Although Vadim isn't actually in Dragon Force anymore. He left the band a while ago. Where they were forced into playback and spent the whole time fucking around? That sounds like something they would do. Dragon Force is one of those bands where the band is Herman Lee, right? So I think the drummer and Herman Lee are the only original members of the band left. Pretty sure the entire band is like, actually, I think the guitarist is still the other guitarist that they have is still the original. You need to look at the Wikipedia page again. Although one of my favorite things about seeing Dragon Force now is their vocalist that they have, and I don't know his name. He's kind of young. And, like, they'll go to play, like, through the Valley of the Damned or something, and he'll just be like, yeah, so this song came out when I was 5. It's just like, it's just very funny to me. It's just like, I was a child when this album released. A band on TV that was pissed off. Oh, you're not thinking about Nirvana, are you? Because Nirvana did the, I'm just gonna swallow the microphone and they're all gonna play out of tune. Did Muse do that? Okay, I'd also believe that. Muse is a little weird these days with all of their metaverse shit, but that new album coming along pretty good. They were playing the wrong instruments and goofing around. I mean, that just sounds like Gila Band, but formerly known as Girl Band. Well, yeah, no, like the Muse is all very multi-instrumental. Like the last time I saw them live, they each played like 3 different instruments, including like piano and saxophone. Muse is a fun band to see live. They're like one of the few big bands that I go out of my way to see live. It used to be called the Pussycat Rockets. God, I'm so excited to see animals as leaders again. But yeah, I think you might be, Nuclear Sneeze, I think you might be thinking of Nirvana. Because they had to play, I think it was Smells Like Teen Spirit, and they were forced to play along with a backing track. So the Kurt Cobain just like literally swallows his microphone and like gurgles it the entire time. He just like has the microphone at the back of his throat, like oh, into the microphone. Because they were told to play with a backing track. You might also be thinking of them. But why does hanging out with a DF crowd make you feel old though? It's like I'm 28. I'm not that old. The amount of hair I have might be deceiving, but just because I have enough hair to like literally make myself go invisible if I wanted to, doesn't mean that I'm old. Still a child by most accounts. Hello, Harry is Gamer. G'day. Gigs from 14 years back, internet things from 20 years back, striking the earth 16 years ago. Need you say more? I mean, the Internet Archive exists, so you can experience those things from years ago right now. And they're still relevant-ish. But I guess I see where you're coming from. What fortress is this? This is Longdeath. Sir? We are, waiting for the humans to inevitably invade us. Although, actually, you guys are waiting because I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back, and I'll keep talking. Although, I was told the other day by somebody in chat, can't remember who, but somebody in chat the other day said that my hair reminds them of Rogue from X-Men because of this streak that I have. But here's the thing, right? If I do this and do this, it's actually like all of this entire patch of hair. It's not really showing up on the camera very well, but it's this entire patch of hair, like all the way down to the side of my head that's gray. It's just, there's enough hair on top of it that it just looks like a streak. Yeah, there, like it pops out of the back too. But it looks like a streak. It's just everything underneath here is gray. So the kind of funny bit there is I'm actually going to end up looking like Cruella de Vil, where this entire half of my head is going to be gray, but in a couple of years. But hopefully by then the other side will be graying too, and then I'll just be gray instead of having to worry about being all patchy. I don't mind being patchy, but I mean, my facial hair was gray when I was like 19, so initially it just kind of looked like white blonde, and then it went gray really quickly. When did I say there was something wrong with it? My parents keep telling me to dye it, and then I look at them like they're crazy. I was like, what is wrong with you, and why are you telling me to dye my hair? I think in about 30 minutes here, I'm going to go get lunch. Early lunch for me. Yesterday, I ate lunch at like 5:30. The only problem about having a bunch of gray hair is girls on dating apps don't believe I'm as young as I claim to be. They're just like, you're way older than 28, aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm fucking 28. What the hell? You want me to send you a picture of my birth certificate? I could prove it to you. 1 pick and 3 crutches and 2 ballista arrows. Still. Nobody is assembling this goddamn ballista arrows. Just fucking assemble me some ballista arrows, please. That's awful. I mean, my sister put, like, rose hearts in my socks. Rose heart seeds in my socks, which is the itchiest thing that you'll ever feel. But, yeah, that's rude. Hope she got a talking to after that. What was I gonna do? 3 crutches and 1 pick. You just shake your head. His beard is not synthetic. Can say that. Like, it is a real beard, but I didn't make it through the 2nd season of that show. Not because it was too dire. I don't think a lot of the satire hits. But great casting in that show. Phenomenal casting in that show. I'm just so fucking tired of superheroes. I don't even want like ironic superheroes. I'm just so tired of superheroes. Thanks, like, Disney and Marvel and DC. You've completely made me never want to pay any attention to any superhero thing ever again for the history of just ever. I'm done with superheroes. I'm ready to take like a 15-year break of thinking about superheroes. Like, I just don't care anymore. No. That's my take on superheroes at this point. Superheroist? I mean, fuck. Superman mod for Dwarf Fortress when? I mean, actually, we already have a Goku mod. Just change some wording and you'll have a Superman mod. Instead of shooting lasers out of hands, it's shooting lasers out of eyes. Okay, done. Instead of flying like a Super Saiyan on a cloud, or flying like a Super Saiyan, you fly like a Superman. Just like Control F Saiyan, replace with man, done. Wear blue-dyed suit. Red cape. Be human. Like all age-related physical traits? Yep. I like my gray hair though. It makes sure that people at bars don't ask to ID me. It's like I get real annoyed when people try and ID me now. It's like legally in Canada they have to ID you up to 25 or ask for your ID up to the age of 25. And so I'm old enough now that they don't need to. And every now and again they still try to. It's just like kind of maddening. It's like, just fucking... I've got multiple tattoos and gray hair. Do you have to keep IDing me? Do you really have to? I don't think so. Many, many times, Ned Flunders. Ow, sorry. I went to go speak and then had a cough. You said that you'll let your hair do whatever it desires? I disagree. I brush it. Fervently. Multiple times a day. Aside from that, it can do whatever it wants. Cheers to wild hair. There's two things I get compliments on when I'm hiking. My hair and the bug net on my head. Also, for those of you from the Dwarf Fortress community, ClinoDev of, forum moderator and Reddit moderator, has stated that the reason I'm one of his favorite streamers to watch is he can prove with photo evidence that I've been outside in the last 10 years. Fact. Me outside. Your wonderful stomach length hair? Yep. It's just a green screen? Uh-huh. I mean, I guess I can't prove that that's my shoe, but... Hold up. That's my shoe. That is right next to a, I don't know, 900-meter drop all the way down to a ravine that then goes down a little bit, that then goes down another couple 100-meter drop down to another ravine that then goes down a little bit, and then another cliff all the way down to sea level. That's sea level. You're a Finn, you know Sphinx know when you see it. How about mountains? Oh, wait, sorry. You're a Finn, you don't know what a mountain is. You have small hills that you call mountains. Well, mountains, you see, are giant trees, actually. And trees don't exist. They're a conspiracy created by the government to make you think that the Earth isn't being oxygenated by giant generators in the core of the Earth. By the lizard people, of course. Also, go Google mountains don't exist. It's up there with birds don't exist for the dumbest conspiracy theories I've ever seen. Like, intentionally stupid conspiracy theories. What do you call them? Little bumps? Earth pimples? Do I casually use meters in everyday life? I'm Canadian. What? Casually? Do you casually not use meters? What do you use? Fucking yards? The hell? No, I'm multi... What's it called? I know both Imperial and Metric and can use them both interchangeably. I can speak in Imperial if you want, but there's the stupid system that makes no sense and the logical system that makes lots of sense. One of those is meters, one of those is metric, one of those is Imperial. You decide. Canada is a weird mix of Imperial and metric, yeah. It's like if we're talking about body weight, we use Imperial. If we're talking about almost anything else, or liquids, it's usually Imperial. Almost anything else it's metric, but I can just interchangeable. Like I'll be like, yeah, my apartment is 48.9 square meters, but it's also 424 square feet. It's like like some things will be measured in miles, but very rarely. But I also know I weigh 56 kilos. Yes, tribute. From Nulan Abo. Because we are in early autumn. Question is, are we going to get to trade with the dwarves this year? Because we haven't traded with them in ages. Is that lockdowns are made up by the government could change the batteries in the burst without anybody noticing? You know, whenever people talk about conspiracy theories related to the lockdowns, all I have to say is anybody who believes those conspiracy theories has never worked in a job in management where you have to convince people to keep a secret. There's no fucking way in hell our species could get away with that much. We are not that good at keeping a secret. Somebody would have leaked it. If you use metric in any conversation with anyone living near me, they will look at you like you're speaking moonspeak. Well, they're uneducated, and that's their fault. It's not like imperial or metric. Either way is too complicated. Why were you surprised when you heard meters? The fuck? The vast majority of the intelligent world uses metric because it's logical and makes sense. America doesn't use metric because America doesn't make sense and America isn't logical. Also, my favorite conspiracy theory is that Finland doesn't exist. You thought I was American? I thought you were dumb! America uses metric. Chat. Americans in chat. How often do you hear metric being used? I mean, Rach, please, that checks out. There you go. You work in manufacturing overseas, so reasonably... Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. Mainly in video games or talking to relatives in other countries. Okay, so talking to smart people and playing games made by smart people. Gotcha. I don't know. I'm kind of a dick when it comes to metric and imperial. Okay, well, actually all you want, Remy, guys, but I think that the chat definitions outweigh your one opinion, so you can keep adding me, but disagree. It doesn't change the fact that it's a funny Reddit thread to fall down for a bit. It's less funny in the current year, Eurist Mixed Space Miner, but man, it is so funny. I just outed myself as a Kremlin troll. That's not a funny thing to joke about, my dude. Do you want me to out you as a twat who doesn't need to be in my chat ever again? It's up to you. Or, like, you know, make your sarcasm obvious. Actually, for that, you should just go donate some money to the charity that I have pinned in the description of this stream. Thanks. There's certain things you shouldn't joke about, right? Fuck the Kremlin. Didn't mean to offend? You didn't. If you offended, you'd be banned. And you didn't. But for that comment, you do owe $1 to the charity in the description of the stream. Preferably 2. You've worked in manufacturing in 2 different industries, and you rarely, if ever, use metric. They brought a sow and a horse. Sow. To butcher those 2. You kind of prefer temp and F? Well, F's for your temperatures, then. It seems more precise, but it's not. Yeah, but you're also talking to a Canadian on the other side of the planet where people have ridiculously ludicrous, stupid, fucking moronic takes on everything that's going on in Europe right now. Constantly. And things get taken out of context. So if you ironically say something and I ironically agree and it gets taken out of context, I could get in a lot of trouble. So I don't appreciate people joking about that shit. Although, on the flip side, it's frustrating as shit for me because my artist is in Russia who did all of the art for my channel. So I literally can't give him money for art now, even though I want to. I want to buy more art from him, but I can't. Shit like that's frustrating. Just use Kelvin? I prefer to use Hobbs, generally. Yes, because there wasn't a siege here at that exact time. They haven't done the, 5 sieges in a year thing that they did last time. Oh, it's all good. You're a SMIC space miner. I just need to, make it clear that I do not agree with what you said. I mean, I'll have you know, I can tell the just in the defense of Fahrenheit, which is silly and I don't like it, I can tell the difference between 70 Fahrenheit and 71 Fahrenheit. 70 Fahrenheit's pleasant, and 71 I start sweating. But that's about the only point. But I prefer Celsius because it's logical, whereas Fahrenheit isn't. Speaking of, how hot is it outside? $28C. Fuck that noise. Leaving the AC on until the interview. I have a question, Remy. Are you genuinely trying to have a discussion, or are you just trying to keep this discussion going for no reason? In alleged Finland sometimes does feel like cheating, especially when you wind up in the medical system. What, like how everything is just paid for and awesome? I mean, that's just like Canada. If I was in the hospital for a week and a half and took 2 ambulance trips in 2020 in the States, I would be bankrupt multiple times over. I mean, on the topic of similar stupid conspiracy theories, there's a conspiracy theory that Canada's on the moon. It's one of the flat Earth conspiracy theories that there's no way in hell. Because of the way they've drawn their maps, they insist that there's no way in hell Canada could actually be on Earth. So... Oh, yes, there's definitely ways to pay my artist, rage plates, but let me tell you this. They all break legal sanctions, which isn't worth the fines. So, yes, I could break the law. I could also rob a bank. Just because there's ways to do it doesn't mean it's right or a thing that I can legally acceptably do in my country. So, yes, but also no. No. Of course there are ways I could, but also no. Are you sure the laws cover transactions like that? Are you stupid? Canada is on the moon as a Canadian. I confirm this. Yeah, the view's great from up here, though. Rental. You know what, Remy? I'm gonna, like, probably time you out pretty soon. Cool it, dude. You had a conversation with someone the other day that came to the conclusion that flat earth people are essentially just a scientific cult. Flat earth people are extremely sad because they're incredibly intelligent people that refuse to believe in any sort of establishment. They're the natural result of the, undereducated, intelligent people who refuse to believe in people that are educated. And it's really fucking sad, actually. Enters bank, yells, "This is a robbery," Wendy's employee. Nonsense. The only thing I've ever robbed is Walmart. True story. Well, actually, that's not totally true. I accidentally stole a chocolate bar from a 7-Eleven when I was like 6. Put it in my pocket and walked away. I was hosting U.S. friends here in Helsinki, and you were supposed to be a wedding last Saturday. A few days before, they found a tumor in his brain. Oh no, guy was quickly operated on right now. Everything seems fine. And the way we were happy, taxpayers right now, and did talk that to the U.S. people who all have pretty well-paying jobs would have been financially ruined in the same situation. I mean, Canada has socialized healthcare, so I'm in the same boat with you. Like, I have a $200 annual deductible on all of my medical costs. Which is like, I cover that in a month with my meds. Like, literally, I go pick up my first full round of meds, and my deductible's covered for the rest of the year. But even that, they can waive it if I can't afford it. But I would be bankrupt. If I lived in the States, my monthly medical costs would be more than all of my income on Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, donations, everything. My monthly medical costs would be more expensive than all of the money I make. So I would be in a bad position if I was in the US. Yeah, but there's certain conversations that just don't need to happen in Twitch chat, Remy. So you keep on, like, first you were just being a contrarian to annoy people. And now you're just, like, poking things. Just, if you want to have conversations of that sort, take it to DMs. Keep it out of my chat. That's my only request. Stuff being after being away from friends for too long. I might need to pull you out of the military. Just turn the squad on and let them go chill. Canada just needs to sort out our internet situation, which kind of sucks, but they'll keep using the excuse of the country is too big. Although I shouldn't complain about Canadian internet because I got gigabit fiber, but. Hour 10. Make a group conversation. I'll do that in 30 minutes. On vacation in northern Sweden. Ooh. You're around half naked. Fun fact. Lowest quality Twitch, mind. So like 160p or whatever. uses less bandwidth than audio only, so if you get stutters, swap over to that. But thank you very much for the 33 months, Mind. It's good to have you back, man. Hope you've been well. Hope the game dev job is good. Was busy making lunch. Oh, that's fine. I was at the store yesterday, and you're in a mood to make a hamburger helper-like meal. Ooh. So you went to the meat department and saw they had Wagyu patties were on sale for $5. For 2? I mean, that's a pretty good deal. $20 for 2 or $20 for 1 normally? Hell yeah, Mind. Oh, 20 for 2. We're on sale for $5 for 2. Normally $20 for 2. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that's a pretty good deal. Oh yeah. Last time I had Wagyu was on was at a very fancy sushi place here in Vancouver. Which was kind of funny because we were there during happy hour, and the owner of the place likes to walk around. No, Krabicus? And the owner of the place likes to walk around and give groups deals. And he saw that we were all ordering the Wagyu beef strip, which was like $10 for 1 serving. It's a very small piece. It's like that. It's like a tiny little cube with a bit of rice. 2 picks and 3 crutches. And he gave us $3 off and free whiskey shots because we bought them. It's a good time. Crutchwood 3. And then because we liked the whiskey shots, he then upsold us all on whiskey flights for $10, which was also a good deal, admittedly. But I'm pretty sure he made money. Just a video on YouTube? I don't watch much YouTube outside of like video game documentaries and music. Some politics stuff. Places like that are the best? Yeah. No, I agree. When I went there, I also posted a picture of the old-fashioned I had when I was there. This was, which I could probably just scroll up and find on Discord. Actually, hold up. Let's see. Can I find it? Did I post that bit? I'm pretty sure I'm like 90% certain I did. Ah, there it is. That was the old-fashioned I had while I was there. Probably the best old-fashioned I've ever had in my life, actually. Yeah, I mean, like this place we ended up, the bill was like $70 each or something by the time we were done in there, but it was like, you know, a la carte, fancy sushi and drinks, so. But worth it. Very worth it. Definitely was on like the cheaper end of what our bill could have been for that place. If we went for the more pricey stuff, it would have been maybe 3 times that. They have like a chef's choice thing on the menu where the price is undetermined until the chef is finished making it, and it's usually like $300 to $400, but it's like an 8-course meal or something. Drinks included. I've always wanted to go there and do that, but never happened. Maybe once I make YouTube millions. Got to start making Roblox videos to do that, though. Yeah. It was very dark. They also, like, scorched the orange at the top, which was lovely. For some reason, when your hair is loose, it reminds you of Medusa. I feel like I'd need to have dreadlocks to remind people of Medusa, but I generally more remind... I feel... When my hair is loose, I feel kind of like The Grudge. That's Medusa. Worried about that dwarf. Perfectly metal. If the locks are perfectly metal, then what about the keys? But welcome back, Hops. You've got 1 hour. 1 hour. I think I'll post a Reddit thread in 5 minutes or so. I guess the width of the hair spread looks dominating. The width of the hair spread. I'm gonna, like, take a second to digest that sentence. What? You can word yet? Sure. How many lands do you have in Warsim, Krabicus? I mean, the king of bad grammar of this chat is Diamond Destruct, but it's okay. We love him for it. Every now and again, Diamond will just, like, vomit out a sentence into my chat, and I'll just be like, I'm sorry, what? What's the planned length of the talk? I usually say that I'll take about an hour of their time, but the last one was close to 2. I know that it depends on if Tarn's busy. So it's usually planned to be about an hour to an hour 10, but almost always goes longer. But had been doing a lot of stuff in some years. Gotcha. Also, if you guys like weird ASCII games and games that shouldn't be made in the current year but exist for some reason anyways, the game that I just asked Krabicus about, Warsim, The Realm of Aslona, it's like $9 Canadian, which means it's like $6 in most countries. Fantastic little game. Also, you can play it with one hand. For whatever that's worth. Good win, Whitcode. It's gotten a lot more polished over the past few years, but it's about as polished as, like, a command console can be. I mean, how many tickets do you have right now, Diamond? It's got to be a lot. $160K? I think you might be number 1. Hold on, let me double check. Diamond, you are number 1, by the way. By, like, more than 100,000 tickets. Hobo's in 3rd right now. Nope, you are in fact in number 1. This is my bot. You're number 1. Sorted by tickets. Fragged your mom, who apparently tuned into my stream this year. I don't think Fragged your mom has spoken in my stream in since before I was partnered. Been a long time since Fragged your mom really watched me. Hey, cutest. Have you slept? Also, thanks for the sneaky password to your Jellyfin server. I will definitely be watching stuff on your Jellyfin. Bobo just gambles too much? Hobo's too rich? Or are you saying that Diamond is too rich? Fortunately, tickets have absolutely no value outside of bragging rights, so we don't need to tax anybody. It would be like trying to tax somebody for their Monopoly money. So, brag away. Also, hi, cutest. I appreciate having a mod in my chat now. Because you're currently the only active mod. It was all me all day today, so far. Oh no, chat. Kravicus is Monopoly rich. Whatever shall we do? I used to be Monopoly rich, and then my ex moved out and took the, like, 12 copies of Monopoly she had for some fucking reason with her. Thank God. We used to own the Toy Story Monopoly, the Despicable Me Monopoly, and the My Little Pony and Adventure Time Monopolies. For, once again, some reason. We never played Monopoly, so... Have I heard Wizard's Crow? No, but I got attacked by a crow 2 weeks ago. Unrelated, but... There should be an extra tax on copies of Monopoly just because of its history of destroying people's opinion on board games. I think that there should be an extra tax on Monopoly because of its history of the fact that the game was originally called Landlord, and was supposed to be an educational tool to explain to people why capitalism sucks, but was rebranded because they were afraid that it would be called leftist propaganda, and instead rebranded the game and changed the rules to remove loans and taxing and separating of wealth, changed the rules and renamed it to Monopoly. That's why they and made it a game about literally being a capitalist asshole. So it could have been a really cool board game, but just like everything else, capitalism ruined it. You know, I was once called socialist propaganda, so, you know, when it comes to getting called socialist propaganda, it's not a high bar. I also was once accused of normalizing the use of illicit drugs, which was referencing that weed made my knee pain go away. Which is true. My lava pit full. Hey, it totally is. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna do a testy of a thingy. Actually, we're gonna test it in a minute. But I'm gonna real quick go eat a sandwich because I got an interview in an hour. I normally eat my lunch at around 4, but I'm gonna eat 2 hours early because, well, got an interview in an hour. So I'm just gonna real quick go grab my lunch, have an early lunch, and it'll take me 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. BRB, give me a few. Also, cutest, you're in charge until I get back.
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Is that interesting?
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? Sandwich!
Raz, you're hungry now? Well, I'm still blind. I return.
No!
What?
No!
What am I being told? What did I
No!
do? I'm being told no.
No.
This weird voice in my head is telling me no. Enjoy those. They're going to be disabled in a minute. Maybe not in a minute, but in about 30. You don't want to work? Neither do I. Yet here I am, working. Injections have been given. The sandwich has been consumed. Is this a video game? Wizard's Crown. Don't know. Can't find it. What's this? No, considering we haven't been attacked. Your lunch is posted in food channel and Discord. Let's see. That definitely looks like Hamburger Helper. Okay, I would say I have no familiarity with this. Krabicus. Most things from the 1980s were ASCII. Also, did you guys hear about the about people on the internet being assholes to the apparently there's an alien game coming to VR. Did you guys hear about the people on the internet being assholes to the creator of Monkey Island and then him Ron Gilbert essentially then saying, okay, I'm not gonna post about Monkey Island anymore? Somebody then posted this saying that, I'm going to read the tweet. Due to all the negative comments about the art style of the new Monkey Island, Ron Gilbert, at Grumpy Gamer, decided to just use ASCII. Here's the first leaked image. Boom. I want somebody to actually make this. Can somebody please make a Monkey Island demake in ASCII? Please? Right? Don't we all? Like, I would absolutely replay Monkey Island in ASCII. This isn't real. This is like a fan thing. But I would totally fucking play through Monkey Island in ASCII. That would be awesome. Somebody please make that. Here's a link to the original tweet. It's just a fan thing. It just looks really cool. All right, I think it's time to post the Reddit thread. Basically saying, hey, in 50 minutes, although I will say in 45 minutes. Okay, Reddit's not working. Great. Reddit, unfuck yourself. Thanks, Reddit. Okay. Mouse buffer? What? Little port from the little port from the top down. It'd be so cute, right? I don't know, man. I'm really sad that that thing isn't real. But also, ladies and friends, if you guys want to help, there's a link. Also, as previously mentioned, Tekid will be joining me, who can be found here on Twitch. Shoutouts to Unified Branding. It really is. It looks rad, but people are assholes on the internet. You even know the dev that ported it to Linux? What, for Day of the Tentacle? Isn't that kind of recently that they did that? I just remember the one time I never finished Day of the Tentacle. I never played the whole game in its entirety. I just remember there was one time I watched a friend play it, and they put a hamster, I think, in the microwave. It's a video game. Yeah. You're not yet sold on Monkey Island? Nah. I think Monkey Island's art looks beautiful, but for me, Monkey Island is all about the writing, and art is kind of secondary. As long as the art can convey emotion and comedy, we Gucci. Okay, cool, Ozone. Neat. Well, I mean, it wasn't pixel art originally. It was literally like traced watercolor paintings, which isn't technically pixel art, but crouch in 3 picks. All right, so we're gonna test run this. And I'm just gonna kind of hope that there's no dwarves in here. Yep, there's currently no dwarves in here, so I need that drawbridge there to close. Perfect. Let's test run this. Let's see if this trap all works. It should. Be weird if it didn't. Lava whoosh. Let's see how this thing works and how quickly the lava flows. It took about a season to fill, so. But it's filling right now as it's flowing, so. Yeah, that's more than fast enough. Perfect. What's it like being fucking amazing? It's a hard question to answer. Yeah, that's plenty. Plenty speed, plenty quick, plenty fast. Bit of a waste of some iron ore, but... Oh, wow, yeah. How much is even drained? Not even a noticeable amount has drained from up here. What down here? Yeah. We can't even tell the amount that's drained. So, yeah, that's more than enough. Perfect. We'll just let her fill up. See how long it takes to fill up. Look at that fire. Sweet, sweet fire. I mean, it'll take a while to get to the ends and all the way down there. I might put some engravings in this wall so that it spreads a little faster, but I mean, how deep is this? Oh yeah, that's plenty. I am flooding a tunnel with lava that's designed to be flooded with lava. So this is an entry tunnel that can be completely sealed, which is designed to have baddies in it. And then I pull a lever, and it removes the baddies and the bodies, which are the problem. Fighting the baddies isn't the problem. Fighting the baddies is actually pretty good for dwarven mental health. They like fighting. What they don't like is seeing the dead bodies. So it's just like humans. They like punching each other, but you tell them to clean up after themselves, they're not a big fan. So essentially, what this is it's tunnels that are designed to fill up with lava so that they all go and turn into charcoal. And then vaporize. It also vaporizes all of the materials that I don't want, like the crappy big clothing and all that shit, and only leaves behind iron, which doesn't fully melt in Dwarf Fortress. So then I can go back in and pick up the iron and melt it all down. So that's what this is. That's what we are currently doing. Yeah, like there's multiple ways to do stuff like that, but also in the current version, that stuff's not necessary anymore. Like 2 to 3 versions ago, yeah, you kind of needed to do that to make them not care. Now there is ways to make them into hardened individuals so that they no longer care about bodies. But it didn't work for all dwarves back then. It was like, you could do it for most dwarves. Most dwarves could like have that fear of corpses removed in a pretty reasonable period of time. But, you know, yeah, this isn't even draining. This is perfect. So, I mean, yes, there are ways that you can do that, but it's not needed anymore. It's like lava-powered centrifuge that separates the iron. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I think I need to put a few or some fortifications along here, just so that it flows through this into here quicker, because it's going to take forever to get to the end here. That, I think, is the change that we need to make to this setup. But aside from that, pretty flawless. You hope it's playable on Steam Deck? It'll be playable on Steam Deck. Probably. The question is, do you want to play it on Steam Deck? It's just like using certain tricks. You can play Dwarf Fortress on a phone right now. The question isn't, can you play Dwarf Fortress on a phone? The question is, do you want to play Dwarf Fortress on a phone? And the answer usually is, not really. This is also a very efficient method of getting rid of all these boulders. Send Tarn to Steam Deck? I mean, fucking Gabe Newell should deliver him one himself. Gabe is probably, what, maybe a 2-hour drive from Zach and Tarn? Maybe 3 tops from Zach and Tarn? I don't know exactly where Zach and Tarn are. I also don't know exactly where Gabe Newell's at. But I'm sure they're within like a 2-hour proximity of Gabe Newell. Gabe Newell should just deliver them one himself. By hand, of course. I mean, come on. A12 is like as legendary as Valve at this point. Obviously not as covered in filthy rich amounts of money, but how you doing, Clito? Posted the Reddit thread. Yes, there is a copy of Dwarf Fortress in the Museum of Modern Art. So is EVE Online, oddly enough. There's a few video games in a few art museums. Watch me get invaded right now. Be a bit ironic. I don't know. I haven't played enough EVE Online to really have a say. But what I do have to say is that the anime wars in EVE Online were artwork in and of itself. Poetry, even. So instead, just play the single-player EVE Online clone that's on Steam, which I found the other day. What is the name of it? I didn't find it, but I had to re-find it. It's got a really weird name. Asterix Imperium, that's it. This thing. Let's go play that. It's literally single-player EVE Online. I feel like Bella and I would like that game. That looks nothing like Excel. Neither do the screenshots of EVE Online. I mean, Aurora 4X actually is spreadsheets. Like, that game is just a spreadsheet. That game is completely impossible to tell the difference between that and, like, Excel. You don't know Aurora 4X? It's okay, you're better off not knowing Aurora 4X. I mean, as I like to always say to people who ask about Aurora 4X, I'm just going to Google image search some images of Aurora 4X and show you what Aurora 4X looks like. This is Aurora 4X. Also, this is like literally somebody's thumbnail. Okay, this is also Aurora 4X. But this is a very low resolution image. Yeah, I think maybe you get the point. I mean, yeah, that's Aurora 4X. It's another case of like a developer that made a game for themselves because they wanted to, not because they cared if anybody played it. Was that designed by a CPA? I don't know anything about the guy that makes it. It's a free game made by a guy who wanted to make a game for himself and nobody else made the game, so he made it for himself. It's one of those situations, and then like it's just free on his forums if you want to play. If you would like to play it, you can. I don't think he cares if you do, but gets updates pretty frequently. Anyone else enjoys it? Gravy. Exactly. Perfect. It's just like, it just makes the thing he likes. And I respect the hell out of that. All right, let's seal this thing off and make a few adjustments so that it feels quicker. But first, I've got to wait for the game to finish saving. We're into winter. Speaking of winter, how you doing, Clino? You excited for today? The main problem with EVE is that someone let a bunch of jerks play. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Other humans play it. That's the problem with EVE. Give me a private server and I'm all in. How long does it take to save Longdeath now? I never paid attention enough to know, so start counting. Or clip it. Not that long, though. It takes less time to save Longdeath than it does to load anything in XCOM 2, so there is that. Literally, nobody's pulling. They must have already pulled. Okay, there they go. All right, so levers have been pulled, so the drains are going to go out that side. Yeah, okay, so I have a pretty good idea of where I need to put some holes. I need to put hole here, 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 here. And then this will, maybe here. Then this will fill in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, it's amazing, but as a software engineer, you know the work that goes into something that crazy. The best way to experience Aurora 4X actually is to just watch Mandalore Gaming's review of it. As somebody who's played Aurora 4X a bit, it's best just to watch his video because it doesn't force you to inflict yourself with the required pain to understand Aurora and the eye strain that it generally causes. Wait, actually? You've been waiting for firmware for that to actually exist? Huh. Yes, Lord Mandalore has a review of Aurora 4X. He also has a review of Space Station 13, so it's not that weird. But it's no spreadsheet, sure. Lord Mandalore also put out a 2-hour-long review of Warhammer Total War, which probably took more work to make than the 20-minute review of Aurora 4X. All right, well, we're just going to let that do its thing. Sweet. Apparently being in the military for a minute fixed this dwarf. But yeah, I would honestly say it's really funny. You don't know Mandalore, but you're watching. Congratulations, I just found you your new favorite YouTuber. Lord Mandalore's incredible. He puts up maybe like a video a month. And they're all very, very good. "30 minutes, lads. 30 minutes. I'm gonna make a group call. Add. Create. Boop. If the hardware folks follow the design doc and the software folks follow the design doc, everything should be fine. I mean, I'm assuming no, otherwise you wouldn't be saying it that way. Spoilers. It was not fine. I love how this is almost drained already, actually. It's already down to 2. It's actually really good. It's a very easy draining process. Once there's holes and speckles everywhere, then we can run in and keep working. The king wants 2 more picks. This is why I don't ever want to get involved in any kind of development, Frog. Because it seems like a nightmare to me. Absolute nightmare. By the way, chat, if you guys want to notify people on Reddit of this stream, you can do that via that thread. I will be deleting the thread once the talk is over. I've also tried to set up the Discord overlay, but I don't know if it's gonna work. So fingers crossed the Discord overlay works. Fingers crossed. Otherwise, I'm sure you guys know people's voices. No, it's been a crappy year for a lot of people, but hopefully we're starting to feel updrafts on the year. but I can honestly say that you hate pretty much all software and tech at this point. Well, I mean, F's for everybody who's making a project in Unity right now. Because Unity just went from being a kind of notorious engine for being used for really poor games to almost actual spyware. Because they are merging with a spyware and malware company. Speaking of software dev, if you make games, my stream team is running a game jam, which is happening in 14 days. If you would like to make a game, that might be a thing to grab. You missed that headline? Here. I'll read you the TLDR. Well, rather, I'll link you the TLDR. There you go. Godot for the win, hopefully. I don't know almost anything about Godot, but small budget engines like Godot, Game Maker, etc. for the win, yes. Game Maker, Godot, RPG in a box, fuck RPG Maker. Unity's CEO is a bit of an idiot, and he's been a bit of an idiot for a while. Good night, Nuclear Sneeze. VOD will be up on YouTube tomorrow. Well, I mean, Game Maker is really good for everything except for making a roguelike. Don't try and make a roguelike in Game Maker. But it's real good if you want to make little level-based top-down things. I mean, example A. Lava Whoosh, Enter Fort. Example A is Hotline Miami runs in Game Maker. I don't know. I haven't played Apico. I just got a DM from the community manager of Kitfox. Sorry, I won't be there for the interview. We have a game conference thingy right when you start. Make sure Tarn doesn't leak anything like last time. Zach leaked the thing, but okay. Oy. But yeah, I haven't played Apico. I have almost no interest in Apico. That game seems very uninteresting to me. All right, let's run up here. Car fortification. Car fortification. Car fortification. Car fortification. And car fortification. And then we'll also do some in the middle there, but one at a time. Actually, you know what? Let's just cancel this. I won't elaborate. You had to be here. Ozond. Trust me, we knew immediately that they'd leaked something. Deja vu, Tarn have leaked this thing before. High up in the stream about I don't know where you're going with this. Anyway, 90 bits. I think it's 90 bits? That might actually be running in the 90s. Can't remember. Speaking of bits, lads, I'm going to disable all of my notifications now. which means if you want to throw money at me and make an explosion sound, or want to throw money at me and make a sound on the stream, do it now or in the next like 2 minutes, because I'm shutting them off in 4 minutes. Blind have learned? Yes.
Ooh, you suck.
That's all I have to say, Hops, for booing at me. You big meanie. Lull yourself. Meh. You know, here you say that though, Ozone, but like, Tarn like has expressed his general sadness, in the fact that 5 tier 2 subs, Raz. Jeez, dude, calm down. Thanks for gifting out a 5-pack of tier 2s. Big thanks. Cheers, man. He's expressed his sadness over the fact that everything has to be announced and shown on the internet because, in quotes, I like surprising people. So, you know. I was gonna check something. Yeah, we're good.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
You needed a slightly better sound, so you're gonna send one to me today? Okay. I'll try and have that set up for next week, or I will have it set up for next week, but... As in people finding out... Surprising as in people finding out in the game while they play... No, as in surprising as in, like, doesn't necessarily want to show all of the mechanics of a thing before it's shown. Like, you know, they snuck in hidden fun stuff into Dwarf Fortress in the past without telling people. But it's also the reason I don't think we're going to see what hell looks like until the Steam release is out. But yes, it is in fact terrifying. Shutting off my notifications in 2 minutes. I have a ping on Discord. Which, you know, literally the first video I'm going to upload to YouTube post-release for Dwarf Fortress is going to be, here's what every biome looks like. Here's what hell looks like. Here's what a forgotten beast looks like. I'm going to be one of those people. Crutches and picks, 3 and 3. It's like, now Icon I don't recognize is DMing me. Thanks for that. I will... Yeah, that's set up after stream. Although if you send me a, what's it called? If you send me a MP3, it'll be easier for me to set up, but it doesn't need to be MP3. I can transfer it. My bot doesn't know what an M4A file is. But I have Audacity, so I can fix it. It's fine. This fortress has liquid iron everywhere. That seems burny. So, it spreads quickly and drains quickly. I love lava. Also, Ponce, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. That's what I mean. That's sweet. He loves his game so much and his community, and he knows it's he enjoys surprising them with things because we all know that buzz when Person X on the forums finds something and everyone swarms all over it. Yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite events with Jupiter Hell was when they added the secret zone to the game and didn't tell anybody how to find it. And he's just like, yo, there's a redacted in the game. Good luck. Where does it drain? It didn't even need to. It was just shallow enough that it just drained. But it drains off the map to the left, right above my camera. The full thing will probably need to actually drain a little bit. Do you want to see this in action now? Weren't you here when I ran it a second ago? I mean, I could run it again. Here. Oh, with bodies? I don't know. I mean, I need the humans to siege me. But now is kind of bad timing because I only have about 5 minutes before I need to go get ready. Anyway, turning my notifications off. Alert box. Subscriptions. Disabled. Save. Donations. In about 15 minutes. Water lemon. We in pre-prep right now. Technically, we're starting at 3 p.m. Pacific, and it's 2:42 p.m. Pacific. That's all that disabled, and then I'm going to go over here. And mute. I might have to just disconnect my bot. Because looking at it, it doesn't look like my bot actually has... Rather, my bot isn't popping up in my... Okay, let's go into overall volume settings. Silly Windows. Sound! Huh. Windows doesn't even recognize my bot. Well, I'm going to put a marker in the chat right here. We're going to save. And I'm going to restart with a different version. Lots of virus? I mean, it's not, but... Is there a way to disable all the sounds within this bot? I wouldn't say things if I was wrong.